أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ريت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Round 5 of the Qatar Masters was full of excitement, with the big results shaping the leaderboard. Armenian Grandmaster Sargsyan delivered a fantastic performance, outplaying Arkady Naiditsch right from the opening. Joining Sargsyan at the top is Indian Grandmaster Karthikeyan, who struck in the endgame against Puya. Just half a point behind the leaders is a pack of strong contenders at 4 points, keeping the tournament wide open. The rest day offered players a chance to recharge the energy. Organizers provided the excursion to the desert with a camel ride and extreme driving, after which we could explore the Doha's historic old town. It was the perfect mix of relaxation and cultural discovery before returning to the chess battles. With the leaderboard heating up and players refreshed on the rest day, all eyes are on the clash of the two leaders, Karthikeyan and Sargsyan. Follow the action live with our commentary team, International Master Irene Sukandar and Grandmaster Srinath Narayanan.
What a highlight and recap by Angelika Volkova of the free day and also round number 5. And Srinath, thank you for being here. Welcome to everyone. It's the round 6 of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. I'm still so excited of what just happened just a minute ago or 2 minutes ago. The game of the World Championship match just ended. So we're going to dive into that later of the stream. But before, I would like to also welcome everyone. We are coming back after a very needed rest day for everyone. And Srinath, we see in the highlight as well, right? We had such an exciting day yesterday. Which part of the day that you liked the most? Was it the riding the camel, or was it about the off-road with the car?
For me, it was riding the camel. What about you?
Well, that was my first June experience. I've never been to a desert before. Obviously, I've never seen a camel like live. It was only, with the TV and something like that. And riding the camel itself was like, it was a very unique experience.
Yeah, unique experience. And I must say, it's not as easy as it looks,
Yes,
I was so surprised at how nervous it can get being on top of the camel. And our DGT operator, Ufuk, he was right next to me. We were, riding as pairs. And he was so nervous when we just started out that in the first 10-20 seconds, he was like, maybe let's go back. I don't think I want to do this anymore.
Yeah.
And then we started playing chess blindfold. And
Really?
we were playing chess all the way through the ride.
Wow.
And when we started playing chess, he completely forgot about being nervous. And the whole thing became a lot more enjoyable. So,
well, kudos to you for, making him at ease like that, because, it could be quite a scary experience for the first time. I was also trying to adjust myself to it.
Yeah.
But I've had some experience riding a horse, so that I know how to do with my upper body. Like, you have to be, let it flow, according to the rhythm of the camel. So at least it helps a little bit. But yeah, it was unique, but a bit scary, especially when you have to go down the hill.
Yeah. Even when standing on the top, the camels, sometimes were, I don't know what they were doing with each other, playing with each other or fighting with each other. And each movement was a bit unsettling because we didn't know what to hold on to or any such thing. But that was fun.
That was really fun. Yeah, I totally agree with you. And the players also had a chance to go to the Souk Waqif. This is the old town,
Yeah.
the old town of Doha. And we were also there. We saw how beautiful it is.
Yep.
It's so diverse. You can pretty much find everything in Souk Waqif. There are restaurants, there are cafes, there are also souvenirs shop, right? And then we saw also some chess sets being sold in many of the stores.
Absolutely. That was such a beautiful amalgamation of so many different cultures coming into the Middle East. I saw so many diverse set of just restaurants, cuisines,
Yep.
accessories and food being sold. And I love it when I come to such places with so many different multicultures getting together, you know.
Yeah, me too. But anyway, Srinath, we are now back. The rest day has ended yesterday, and we are going to see round 6 today of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. So let's remind ourselves who is leading currently in the Masters group. And we have two leaders playing against each other on the first board. And yeah, Sargsyan, Karthikeyan, they are on 4.5 out of 5. And we have 6 players with 4 points, trailing behind just half a point behind the leaders: Esipenko, Rithvik, Erigaisi Arjun, Daneshvar, Salem Saleh, and Paravyan David. So let's take a look what we have on the menu today, the pairing of round 6.
And the leaders, Karthikeyan and Sargsyan, they get paired up against each other. So the winner of this will clearly be a sole leader. And if it's a draw, then in that case, they'll be joined by one of the numerous other boards, actually 3 other boards who are playing with 4 out of 5, led by Arjun Erigaisi against David Paravyan, Raja Rithvik against Andriy Esipenko, and Daneshvar against Salem Saleh. And on the 5th board, we have Arkady Naiditsch, but the return of the second-seeded Naiditsch Abdusattorov, who lost the first round, drew the second round, but has won 3 games in a row and is back in the top 10 boards.
Yes, and on the 6th board, we have 2 Iranians playing against each other, Maksudlu Parham versus Idani Puya. And on the 7th board, finally, this is going to be my favorite board of the day. We have Ivanchuk, one of the chess legends, playing in the Qatar Chess Masters here. He's going to take on Artemiev, because this is my favorite, because for the past 5 rounds, we never see Ivanchuk in the top 10 board. So
Absolutely.
while we're going to focus on the top 10 board, we will be able to also spoil our sights with the video of Ivanchuk playing, because it's been a while. To be honest with you, I'm totally missing the sight.
Absolutely, and Irene, although this is an open event with so many grandmasters, if we look at the pairings, it rivals any other closed tournament in the world. You know,
Yes.
so many exciting games. The top 7 and the top 10 boards that we just saw could very well be the one of the closed top events with all. There are a number of super grandmasters and also a number of exciting 2600s
Yep.
paired against them.
Yeah, and also a mix of youngsters. Don't forget about that. They are on every level of these pairings. They are on the 2200, 2300, in every level, even on the 2800. We see one of the youngsters there topping as the seeded of the tournament. And I think, without further ado, let's dive into the games immediately, Srinath, and then
Absolutely.
let's check, because we already have a liftoff of the first moves. Let's take a look what our leaders are doing in their opening.
Yeah, so we have Karthikeyan and Sargsyan on the first board. Karthikeyan with the white pieces starting with 1 e4, black played e5, and then we have knight f3, knight c6, bishop b5, the Ruilopa's opening, or the Spanish. Bishop c4 is the other popular mainstream alternative in today's times. Bishop b5, black played a6, bishop to a4, and now knight to f6, developing the knight, attacking the e4 pawn. White ignores it, plays short castle, and here black goes bishop e7, which is the traditional mainline. Of course, there is also the variation with knight takes e4, which is known as the open variation in the Spanish, in the Ruilopas. But black starts with bishop e7, which usually at this level, at the top level, is an indication that black is going towards the Marshall gambit after rook e1, b5, bishop b3, short castle. Karthikeyan decides that this is not going to go into any of those mainstream lines and instead goes 6d3. And he cleverly waited for black to play the bishop to e7. He could also start with d3 here. But in this case, black has a couple of additional moves. One is the setup with b5 and bishop c5. And there is also the setup with d6 and g6. So he goes short castle first, waits till black plays bishop to e7, and then goes d3. Thereby, black has committed his setup. But there's also a pretty solid setup for black. He just goes b5, attacking the bishop. The bishop moves a little bit, and now black has played the pawn to d6. So we have one of the classical Royal Opus positions, and white has chosen a slightly slower way of playing it. Here c3 is one of the main moves, and a4 is the other setup. Sometimes c3 can be prepared with h3 first, preventing black from playing bishop to g4. And the bishop can, in general, with d6, black signals intention to capture the bishop with knight a5. So white can usually save this bishop by putting it to a2 or c2. If it goes to a2, then white prepares it with a4 or a3. If the bishop intends to go to c2, then they prepare it with c3. And in the next few moves, we are going to see a slow strategic fight for the center. Both the sides will slowly build in such a way that they go towards center control. White goes with the pawn to a3. Now with this, the advantage is the c3 square is also open for the knight. In certain cases, white goes knight c3, knight d5 in order to make use of this. The disadvantage, it doesn't quite immediately help with the fight for the control of the center.
Right, and after a3 there's a5. I think this move is a little bit unusual because, well, f5, in many cases, since the knight is still on b1, it is provoking a3, a4 to happen, and thankfully the knight is still on b1. You can go to d2 and c4, and the knight can nestle there easily. So that's why one of the reasons f5 is not hugely being played by players is because one of the reasons is that. But what else could it be? Because in this position, it looks like a move like bishop b7 instead of f5 or castle, they look more normal or more common for the players to play.
Absolutely, Irene. a5 is definitely not one of the popular moves. In fact, I just opened the Lichess Masters database as we were, talking. And I see that in terms of, popularity of the moves, it's not even in the top 7 moves played in this position for black. So it's not even, so a3, in this position, it's not even in the top 4 moves. Yeah. Short castle, knight a5, bishop e6, bishop to g4. These moves are played a lot more. And with a5, we barely have 5 games played by the masters. So we can see how incredibly rare it is. But can you guess which grandmaster has, used it the most amongst top level games?
There's so many grandmasters to be Srinath. I couldn't possibly guess. If you can give me some hint, maybe I can.
Okay, so when you see something unusual in the opening, this is one of the top players whose name comes to mind. And this person is also related to the current world champion in some way. Not like related.
I know. Because the current world champion is the only son of the family. Okay, well, I could think of his second, Rapport.
Yes, Richard Rapport. Richard Rapport has played this a couple of times with the black pieces. And recently it was also picked up by Kirill Alexeyenko, Max Wormadam, and other grandmasters. So not totally completely unknown, but definitely unusual. And I guess it has got Karthikeyan also thinking. So it's not just us who seemed stumped by it.
Yeah. Okay, so a little bit of some opening surprise there on the first board, but I mean, this is still pretty much game on. This is still in the opening. It just, which one that Karthikeyan will have to play in this position. A move like c3, I think it is very normal. A move like knight c3 even with one tempo up to Knight d5, this is also very common. What else is there? a4 is there. If you also want to be a bit more primitive, h3 is there, right? So
Yep.
I think white is it's very pleasant too. Like even though a5 is a surprise, but white has a lot of options of good moves.
Absolutely. White has a lot of different options, and black, on the other hand, the only thing that he has to watch out for is that he will probably have to play against Stockfish in the next few moves because his
That's
opponent
true.
will be well prepared,
That's true.
concretely well prepared. He's the one who chose to surprise first with a5,
Yep.
and he will also have seen all these obvious responses that White has, like we just mentioned with knight to c3 or a4 and similar things. But I guess after everything gets settled in the next few moves, it will reach a common middle game position. And when that happens, we will have, I think, a very interesting fight on the board.
Yes, yes. I'm actually looking forward to this because it looks very interesting. I play the roller piece myself, and sometimes if I don't want to have a big fight of the normal roller piece with 2 3 d4, I also play d3. But also, it's very instructive to know what happens if you open and try to deviate the position to a lesser common position like this.
Well, I think the world champion Ding showed it better than anyone else. He's been getting outgunned in preparation
Yes.
in so many different games. He takes his time. He takes his time and he figures out and tries and understands things. And then he starts playing at a much faster pace. And I think partly that's good to follow. Of course, it's not possible to spend 40 minutes or 1 hour like the players spent yesterday in the world championship match. Our time control is much shorter.
Yes.
But I think I would, in general, take at least a 5 to 10 minute think and understand what my natural response is and what black might be intending towards it. It might be tempting to, just make a natural move like knight c3 quickly and instantly. But sometimes the time you take, the 5 to 10 minutes that you take, will also show you a strong response for the opponent. And in these cases, you come back and you make a different move. And that's how you start making these stronger moves and why we make better decisions when we take a bit of time early on in the opening. So the first move out of opening, I would always recommend to, take some time, at least 5 to 10 minutes. Warm yourself up in the game, get your thinking process going, and also try and understand the position as well as you can.
Yeah, yeah. I think that is very wise because otherwise, on the next few moves, you would also need to think for a while, right? Because maybe the position that occurs in the game, it's a little bit unfamiliar to what you expect in this roll-up position. So I think we can leave Karthikeyan for a little bit while here because he's still trying to come up and decide what his setup is going to be. And meanwhile, on the second board, we have the first seeded of the tournament, Arjun Erigaisi, is playing against David Paravyan.
Wow, this opening, Irene, it's literally the reverse Benko. And we had a very similar position yesterday in the World Championship match with
Blumenfeld.
White playing e3 here. Yeah, there was Blumenfeld.
Yep.
E3, knight f6, a3. This was Gukesh Ding game 11. And it was noted by a lot of analysts and a lot of people on social media when this position arose that this was actually one of the openings in which Arjun himself has played a lot of games here. And there was, of course, the game between Adiban against Ding Vision in one of the online rapid games in 2021. White played this setup. But Arjun himself had used it quite a bit, leaving people guessing if Arjun is somehow secretly helping his compatriot Gukesh.
Is he? You would know better than I do.
Yeah, I'll plead the fifth on that.
All right, so let's give the benefit of doubt on that one. Okay, Bishop b2 is already on the board after c5. Yeah, this is totally like the reverse Benko, but now since it is White who is doing it, is it a better version of a Benko because you have like exactly one tempo up?
Yeah, definitely. The one tempo makes a lot of difference, and Benko when you played with the black pieces, it usually gives white a little bit of advantage. But when you play with the white pieces, it's more towards equal. And for Arjun, I think it's a bit of success when you see David thinking already on the fourth move, which means potentially he's not already in his preparation, or maybe he's trying to remember it. But White has sort of achieved a fresh position, and this will be pleasing for Arjun because when you are the stronger player, you want to try and get into a fresh position as quickly as possible. So both the players have to solve problems over the board rather than remembering their analysis with Stockfish. And also, the earlier you start solving problems, the more energy it consumes, the more time it consumes, and therefore, the more under pressure you get when you make these decisions between moves 30 to 40. So, exerting pressure in the opening as quickly as possible. Now, this was the approach of Gary Kasparov, one of the biggest legends who has ever played chess. And it's something we all grew up learning from, particularly in the 90s, early 2000s. And we have all learned from this approach, and we have, I think, a lot of us have tried to carry it forward. And it's being applied in this generation as well. So Arjun is one of those players who tries to exert pressure on the opponent from the opening as quickly as possible. Now, one of the things that has changed, on the other hand, is that earlier people were trying to prove an advantage with the white pieces, and black was trying to defend against it. Now, I think we have all come to the conclusion that there's pretty much no advantage as such in chess with either color from the beginning. But there are a lot of interesting ways to try and create a game and set problems regardless.
Yeah, because everything is pretty much explored right now by the engine. And also that's why the youngsters these days, they also have like pretty good performance, especially in the openings, because they can have a better memory than the older players, I would say, because it feels like they are a computer, when their hard disk is still not being used. They have so much space left so that they can just pretty much absorb everything like a sponge, like what you said about Arjun the other day. So yeah, I think that's also quite a challenge for the experienced players these days to even try to get into a game. Just basically, get over with the opening and have a level game in the middle game. This is sometimes it is quite a challenge because sometimes, you get outplayed, you get outgunned. Like even a world champion, Ding Liren, is also experiencing the same thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And about 20 years ago, when I was growing up, there used to be a significant difference between the top players and the rest in terms of their opening knowledge and how much they knew. There is still a significant difference in opening knowledge, but not in terms of depth. It's more in terms of understanding the opening and things like that. So in a sense, chess has, I think, kind of gone back to before the 80s, except you have to know a lot more information today just to get into the game. You can't just, coast into the game and play anything that comes to your mind and try and get a game.
Yeah. Chess is getting harder and harder every day. Yeah, very demanding too, yes. Okay, so knight f6, we already have it on the board. Paravyan played it, and then Arjun immediately replied within seconds with g3. So still having this type of Benko position.
And a5 played
and
by
a5 played?
black. No, I made the move, sorry. I clicked something and a5 came in because a5 is the most played move in the position.
I see.
But I see that a5 is, it has been played by Vishy Anand amongst other top players. And it is the main move. And it's also not a very uncommon idea in the Benko Gambit setups.
Yeah, with Queen c2, with Queen c2, Queen c7.
Yeah. a5, Queen c7 has been played by a few top players. And I think these are the two main moves. So if we look at this position in terms of structure and going back all the way to the first move, after d4, knight f6, knight f3, let's say c5, d5, b5, c4, and let's say black plays g6 here. Now we have this opening setup, which is very common, especially against Benko players. It's one of the anti-Benko weapons. And here white's main moves are, one of them is queen to c2, and the other is a4. Now white can also take c takes b5 here, but that just goes into the Benko gambit after a6. So if you're going anti-Benko, usually white goes queen to c2 or a4 here. Now, if we look at the same position with the one which we have in the game, starting with knight f3, d5, c4, d4, b4, c5, bishop b2, knight f6, g3 now. With the same structure, a lot of things apply. Even if it's not in the same opening, if the pawn structure is similar, a lot of characteristics, a lot of properties, it gets transferred. And similarly for black also, with the pawn structure being pretty much the same, here queen c7 and a5 are the two top moves in this position. a5 forces the b4 pawn to take a decision whether it wants to take on c5 or move forward with b5. And if it takes on c5, then the black knight comes to c6, supporting the d4 pawn and the e5 advance, and the bishop then comes to c5. And if white goes with the pawn to b5, which is also a possible variation, at least black doesn't have to worry about this pawn on c5 being under pressure.
Yeah.
So this also strengthens the d4 pawn. And black will try and focus towards playing queen c7, e5 and stuff like this. So black just needs to play in the classical way in terms of just playing for the control of the center. And this is the reason why these kind of openings with knight f3, c4, b4, they were not considered as mainstream openings for white because it doesn't quite help with direct control of the center. And these were considered as less principled ways to play. And that is why e4, d4 on the first move, these are considered as the main openings through the 90s, early 2000s, and the slightly older times. But again, in 2024, we have just realized that, especially with the help of the upcoming generation, we have realized that there are more and more ways to play chess, and they are all acceptable.
Yeah, and more interesting as well. So I think we can leave this one again for a while because after, do we have a move after g3?
No, not yet. He's
No.
still thinking.
He's still thinking, yeah. Probably he's still trying to find the difference between queen c7 first or f5 first, because those two moves can be interchangeable at some point. So maybe some little nuance there is very important to his preferred position. Okay, so let's also see what's happening on the third board. It's between Rithvik versus Esipenko Andre. We have more moves than the other games on this one.
Yeah, and this one began with 1 d4 here. After knight f6, c4, e6, knight f3, black played b6, going into the queen's Indian defense. White continued with g3, and here black has two major moves. One is the bishop goes to b7, the other one, the bishop goes to a6. Now, the setups with bishop a6 was considered to be slightly more active setups, but they have all also been extensively analyzed. And I can understand going bishop b7, although it has the reputation of being slightly passive. I think the reputation doesn't necessarily, indicate the truth in this case, because black has a lot of hidden activity for the pieces. And secondly, it leads to less forcing, less direct continuations. So this is one of the solid lines that black can go for, where they can also try and get a game. White continued with bishop g2, logical way to continue. Black went bishop e7, short castle, everything has been developed. And now white has to take a decision on whether he wants to continue with knight c3, which is the most direct developing move. But knight c3 allows black to play knight to e4 and trade off one of the knights and gain space. Or the other approaches have included over time, a3 is one of the moves that I myself personally used to check quite a bit a few years ago. You can go rook to e1 here. There are a lot of waiting moves for white here, so as to not allow this knight c3, knight e4. But white can also allow this and go forward and continue with bishop d2 or queen c2. This is what Rithvik did in this game. He went with the bishop to d2, And now if black takes knight into c3, he intends to recapture with the bishop. So black played the pawn to f5, gaining space and taking it into a bit of a Dutch defense-like structure. White now played the knight to e5, opening up the diagonal of this bishop and creating a little more pressure on the e4 point. d6 kicks away the knight returns to d3, and now with queen e8, black brings the queen into the game and also potentially also basically provoking Rithvik into a long think, because I imagine that here his preparation probably ended. And queen e8 is also not the most it is the most popular move in this position, though. It is the most popular move. But here Rithvik went into a long think, and after a 12-minute thought, he took knight into e4. And now with this, Esipenko is also thinking for the first time in the game. He has two options, two obvious options, bishop into e4 and f takes e4. If he recaptures with the pawn here, then white can go knight to f4, and black is in a little bit of trouble here with regard to the e6 pawn.
Right. Yeah, I think I can understand why he was thinking, because it doesn't look a natural move to take on e4 in such a position, right? It feels like for white, you should just, keep all the tension in the center without simplifying anything. Like queen c2 is there, right? And yeah, that's why after knight takes e4 in this position, I would also think, because it looks like a move like knight e4 for black was kind of very common, but then a move like knight takes e4, it's very uncommon here. I think I would also think a move like bishop e1, to be honest, instead of taking on e4. I think that would be a little bit more played than the rest of the move. So, but what else? I've played this type of position as black, and most of my opponents almost never took my knight on e4.
Yeah, but I can understand why white wanted to do this, because as you will also know from your experiences playing black here, if you just allow black builds up a lot of activity on the king side with knight d7, knight f6, the queen potentially coming to h5. So I can also imagine that before black has time to bring his pieces, white wants to act.
Yeah,
he wants to quickly act. But knight takes e4. What if black takes with the bishop? Is the question, yeah?
Probably f3.
F3. Bishop d7.
And then e4.
Interesting. Yeah. And now, as white, at least you don't have to, worry about black bringing all his pieces on the king side, because the fight is more spread out, and white also gets some center control and activity.
Yeah, so I think it's more logical to take it with the e-pawn anyway, because you already push it to f5. You would like to open up the f file as well.
No, but taking with the f pawn here, the problem is the white has knight f4, and you have some immediate problems.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, if queen f7, maybe bishop h3, yeah?
Yeah, queen f7, I think bishop h3 is strong.
Although there is bishop c8.
Yeah, but then queen c2 and the problems continue.
Right. Yeah.
I don't know, you have g5, but I think I can take on e4.
Yep, totally. Okay, yeah. So Raja has been playing quite practical chess then here. Like he was just calculating everything, yeah?
Yeah, he was just calculating this concrete line, and I think the 12 minutes that he spent on this move is also good time management. It's not too much time, but he also took enough time to try and understand the position and be able to respond. So, so far it's been pretty decent play by white as well as black. And black needs to take with the bishop in order to maintain equality. And here the idea that you suggested with f3, e4 looks good to me. But let's see how Esipenko continues here, whether he takes with the bishop or the pawn.
Yeah, I mean, now after you analyze all the moves like this, yeah, I'm pretty sure that he's going to take it with the bishop. But let's see if he comes up with something else. Because being a player who has more rating than Roger Rithvik here, yeah, you would like to also keep your winning chances alive on the board. But if you just keep trading everything, then it looks like things have been simplified. And I think as a white player here, Roger wouldn't mind taking a draw against a very strong player. So let's see which move that Esipenko would come up with. And meanwhile, I will need your expert insight on the next board. Srinath, it's between Daneshvar Bardia versus Salem, because the current position, I will need some time to think over this one. But let's take a look the game from the start so that we can have more understanding about this.
Yeah, so the game started with one c4 here, the English opening, just like the world champion did today. But black responded with c5, deviating already from the world championship match game. White went g3, black went g6, bishop g2, bishop g7, knight c3, knight c6. A very symmetrical way of development. And generally white goes for these types of setups in order to just try and get a slow positional game. And as with any opening positions, we need to try and understand the pawn breaks in the position early on in the opening. White has two of those breaks here. One is with d4 and the other is with b4. The pawn breaks help him get more control of the center. And white went for the one with b4 here, starting with rook b1. Black played e6, a very similar development to what you do in the Sicilian defense. The knight comes to e7, black prepares d5. White plays the pawn to a3 here in order to try and play b4. And black goes knight to e7. b4 played by white. Black is in time to respond with d5. And all of this concrete preparation of Salem. B takes c5 taken by white and short castle. Still both of them within their opening preparation. White is a pawn up for the moment, but this pawn on c5 is not that strong. It's not, white is not able to support it with another pawn on d4. So white plays knight f3 in order to try and prepare that. And now black takes d takes c4. Short castle by white, his first long thought of the game. He spent around 8 minutes here. But black, on the other hand, seems to be still in his preparation. He continued with the rook to b8 in order to try and break with b6 in the future, and fundamentally to help develop the c8 bishop, which wouldn't have been possible in any case because the b7 pawn is being watched by the rook on b1. So rook b8 supports that, and on the next move, black goes e5, trying to get this bishop from c8 into the game. And here white has just played the queen to a4, attacking the c4 pawn, and I think Salem for the first time is thinking in this game, and a very different posture from Salem.
Yeah, I was about to note that, and apparently he wasn't really thinking. He was just trying to remember what he already prepared, and there you go. He already moved knight a5, and just take a look at his time situation. It's gonna come up on the board soon. Yes, 1 hour and 32 minutes. So he hasn't spent any time on his clock, but in fact is actually gaining an extra 2 minutes on his clock. So we know that Salem is a very strong player, but what I noticed not only in this tournament but also the previous tournaments that I've been commentating where he was also playing at that tournament is that his opening preparation has been very deep, and he's been working with world-class coaches, world-class grandmasters. So Ivan Sokolov was one of them, and currently he's working with Shoko Bartosz. But it is a bit, against Daneshvar Bardia, who is also capable of doing anything, on the first move even. It's very instructive as well to see how the coaches exactly guess what the opponent will come up with, because you see, like, this looks like it's a very fresh preparation. It's pretty much like just fresh from the oven, and then he's there for this game. It's not like some sort of preparation that you already did a few tournaments ago and somehow it happened on this tournament. So I mean, kudos for Salem and and the coach, yeah, for guessing this
Absolutely,
outright.
very impressive, Irene. And not just today, yeah. Like Salem has been doing this game after game so
Yes,
far in this
yes.
tournament. And this has actually given him the odds because, I mean, against such players who are equally as good as him, but a 25-minute time advantage, and he potentially has seen the position deeper, and that can help him in certain cases to understand the position better. So these things help try and make the odds more in his favor. And so far, it has been working for him, and the score speaks for itself.
Exactly, yes. He's been playing so well. For me, it doesn't matter what is the outcome of this game, whether he's going to win, to lose, or to draw this. I'm just noting about his preparation that's been so impressive. And there you go. We have another
Yeah, I think it's
different
knight g5, but
knight g5. I think so
it
too.
is it? Because I saw it from the video, so I don't really know.
It's knight e4.
Ah, okay. Okay.
So I think now he's going to start thinking. Probably the preparation ends somewhere here, and the evaluation is still 0-0-0.
No, but I'm not sure because as long as white keeps playing the best moves and keeps the evaluation, it's very possible that black has seen it in his preparation. Of course, it's also possible that black hasn't seen it in his preparation, which I mean, both are possible, but in general, when I'm caught in my opponent's preparation, sometimes I consciously try not to play the best move in the position because that's usually what the stockfish shows. And it's quite annoying when your opponent keeps playing all these moves quickly and the preparation goes deeper and deeper.
No, that's actually a very nice trick that I can also copy it in my tournament. Like if I knew that I was getting caught, yeah, maybe the best move is not the best move.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so let's investigate a little bit of this position. Now, after knight e4, what is white's intention? Is it bishop c3? Is it knight d6? Or pretty much a combination of those two ideas?
I guess the immediate threat could be that he's simply attacking the e5 pawn with the move knight e4, opening up the bishop. And what you mentioned, knight d6 and bishop c3. Bishop c3 is also an immediate tactical threat because the knight on a5 is supporting the c4 pawn. So if the knight moves, the pawn will fall. And knight d6 is a more long-term strategic idea. But on the other hand, yes, it also contains the immediate threat. But we can immediately see the c4 and the e5 pawns. These are the vulnerable pawns in black's position. And it's not at first sight, the position seems more pleasant for white due to these factors, but black has counter resources. Maybe, start with bishop to f5.
Oh, I was
Okay.
about to mention bishop d7 first because I don't like the queen being on a4. And when the queen moves to, let's say, c2, then maybe now bishop f5. That's what I thought.
I was thinking the exact opposite, like attack the knight first and then attack the queen, going back bishop d7 after a knight h4. But I think bishop f5,
Yeah, it's
bishop
not.
d7 is probably better to start with.
But then after this, maybe you can just play queen c7. You're not in a hurry of moving that bishop. Maybe that bishop belongs to the other diagonal, to a4 at some point, or to c6 maybe. So I think I like queen c7, and this solves the problem as well with knight d6 because you cannot play knight d6. Queen c5 is there. You also, if you play bishop c3, it's not really attacking anything because there's only one attacker to the knight, and the queen is protecting the f5 knight.
True, absolutely. So this keeps things in control for black for the moment. And one thing I noticed is you are actually quite good at guessing Salem's moves
Yeah,
in the games that we have seen so far.
yeah,
Yeah, I think some similarity in style.
yeah. I think so too. I mean, we like attacking. That's one thing for sure. We saw his game on round 2, if I was not mistaken, with all this
Rook to g7.
rook to g7. Yeah,
Yeah.
this is such a tactical blow that's really, really instructive and very nice. But I also like to play some positional chess too, especially in the opening. Try to play some mind trick with my opponent, and yeah, guessing like which one is more precise. It's challenging for me. I mean, because I think when I was growing up, I was a natural tactical player,
Yeah.
but then things have been quite dull. So I try to challenge myself to also have quite a good positional understanding. At first, my body, my system rejected it. Like, this is not for me. This is not what I'm signing up for. I mean, when I started learning chess, I just want all the tactics, all the kill to the king. But yeah, at some point in our lives, right, we realize that one characteristic toward the game is not enough. We have to have this flexibility, not only trying to play some positional chess, but also to combine it with some tactical vision as well. And I think Salem is pretty good at that.
Yeah, absolutely. With time, I think we all learn to evolve and keep adding newer and newer dimensions to our play, which doesn't mean that the older dimension
Yeah.
fades away.
No,
It's
yeah.
more like we are adding rather than replacing.
Yeah.
And I think it's very important to keep adding things.
Yeah, we try to equip ourselves with, we load ourselves with all this knowledge, and at certain points maybe it is very necessary to apply it on the board. So
Absolutely.
we can play with new dimension, we can play with the new approach, and yeah, I think we are going to see something like that in Salem's game again. For now, yeah, knight e4 is still on the board. There's still no move yet from Salem, but we guess that bishop d7, queen d7 will come handy anyway, because they look like very natural moves to make. You want to finish the development of your pieces and also trying to keep everything intact. And I think it's also safe to say we can go to the next round. Oh, sorry, go to the next board between Naiditsch Arkady versus Abdusattorov Nordivak, because finally, out of all the top board games, we see a Sicilian happening on the board.
Oh yeah, good observation there, Irene. Not a lot of Sicilians today, which is partly because there has not been a lot of 1e4 today
Right.
on the top boards.
Yeah.
Only one e4 in the top 4 boards, but on the 5th board, once again, there was 1e4 and the Sicilian defense. Knight f3, black went knight to c6. This is usually the pathway towards a Sveshnikov Sicilian,
Yeah.
or in some cases also the classical Sicilian. In much rarer cases though, Sveshnikov is like overwhelming in the main line. And now white played the bishop to b5, the Rossolimo Sicilian, which actually started becoming popular post 2000, and especially post 2010. In the 90s, there were people like Kramnik, people like Leko, who was so good with the Sveshnikov Sicilian that they had managed to successfully equalize it. So people started looking for alternatives, and 3 bishop b5 has become one of the most common mainstream alternatives now. So bishop to b5, black went g6, which is the main move. We earlier saw a game where black played e6. This was Raja Rithvik against Karthikeyan Murli from one of the earlier games. But g6 is the main line. After g6, white takes bishop into c6, which is the intention of bishop b5, basically, to get the slight improvement in pawn structure for white. But on the other hand, black gets the pair of bishops. So a bit of similarities to the Nimzo Indian opening as well in terms of the strategic characteristics. Bishop b5 and bishop into c6. White now goes with d3, a very useful developing move. Black goes bishop g7. And at this point, I have seen white play h3 almost all my life. This has been the main line, because black has a number of different setups here. Black can go knight f6, knight d7 and e5. This is one setup. Black can play e5 first and develop the knight to e7. This is another setup. And in some cases, black just starts with b6, but mainly two setups. The knight going to f6 and d7, or the knight going to e7. These are the two main setups. Black can also play the knight to f6 and not play the knight to d7. And there are certain setups against which white keeps the option of castling long. So this is the reason why white plays this non-committal move h3 here instead of castling short. But white goes for short castle anyhow, because again at this level you take into account the very individual particular characteristics of the opponent, the setups he goes for, and white could have potentially taken that into account. So black went knight to f6. knight to c3, knight d7. And now in this variation where white plays starts with h3, white has simply saved a tempo. He didn't need to play the pawn to h3 at all, but goes for the typical setup with the bishop to e3. The bishop goes to e3 instead of f4 because black intends to continue with the e5. So anyhow, you don't need the bishop on f4. I mean, anyhow, the bishop gets kicked away if it goes to f4. So the bishop goes to e3. Now black plays e5. This is black's setup in towards controlling the center and how he wants to, place his pawns. White goes queen to d2, intending bishop to h6. Black prevents it by playing h6. All of these very common ideas within the opening itself, within this opening. Now, white usually plays on the queen side, and this starts with a pawn break on b4. So he goes a3. Black prevented it with queen e7. And I think this is the position we have on the board right now. Both the players have spent a little bit of thought until this point. So this has just basically reached a middle game position. A general typical middle game position. It's quite common for white to, just go b4 anyhow, even at the cost of sacrificing this pawn, because it's usually not safe for black to take this pawn for concrete reasons. Here, on the other hand, I don't see anything wrong as such, but I think white should be able to take the a7 pawn back and at the very least get the pawn back. There are other options to, attack the queen and try and get, it's not quite a Benko gambit type of compensation, but there is definitely, he's just going to get the pawn back anyhow, and he has managed to open the queen side, which is the avenue for play for white in these types of positions.
Yeah. This before push is very typical, this type of sacrifice. But also, if white wants to play a bit slower, instead of sacrificing, maybe we can try to actually prepare before. A move like, for example, knight a4. It does look like it's very primitive. It doesn't really attack anything, but it does prepare for b4. So my idea is to provoke b5 to happen, because usually this type of structure, you would like to have b6 and a5, so that the c5 pawn, it's the double pawn with the c6, it can be severed. So now after b5, just simply move back, maybe knight c3, and then we can prepare to play b4 in the next move. So, or if not knight a4, we can actually prepare with rook fb1 maybe, and then next move b4, and after a5, can we still push it, or maybe another preparation with the knight?
Absolutely. Knight to a4 or knight e2. I think you pretty much illustrated the main concepts of the position with regard to, the knight going to a4, and I've also seen ideas following it up with queen to c3.
Yeah, that was another idea as well. But we will not see any of that because Naiditsch played b2, b4 immediately.
I'm not surprised. I'm not totally surprised. But on the other hand, this does lead the game into a more concrete path. And we might actually see black take the pawn on b4. But Irene, how did you learn this opening? Do you have any story behind it, or was it just like any other opening?
I play black in this position, and I also play Rossolimo as white, so
okay.
so that explains it.
For me, there is a little bit of story behind what I know in this position. So I think it was sometime in 2014, and I was just learning to play 3 bishop b5 for the first time. I always play 3 d4.
Yes.
And my opponent was playing this variation with g6, and I had absolutely no idea what to do. So I just messaged one of my friends, who is the CEO of Singapore Chess Federation, Grandmaster Kevin Go. I just said, help, I play 3 bishop b5, my opponent plays g6, and I don't know anything. And then he sent me such a beautiful file of his, where all of these things were written. Half of the things that I was explaining today, all of this were just simply written in the file, and that helped me go into the game. And I think I actually won that game for the first time.
Wow, yeah. I mean, this bishop b5, I didn't start playing it until late, I guess, until like to 2020. Before that, I was always play third move d4 because, in the spirit of my natural instinct as a tactical player, you always go for the open Sicilian. But then, of course, trying a new dimension, like what you said, bishop b5 was tried. And at first, I had this as black because I kept playing. Sometimes I played the dragon. Sometimes I played the classical Sicilian, but with the knight c6 on the second move, not e6. Okay, sometimes I mix it up, of course. So at some point in my life, of course, I encountered third move bishop b5, and since I'm also a dragon player, so third move g6 is coming very natural for me. So that's how I start learning it, and then the more I learn it, then the more I feel that, oh, actually this is making sense for me to play this as white as well. So that's why, I tried to copy whatever my opponent was doing to me. And of course now this bishop b5 has been explored like really largely by many people, by many players. Now I lose count actually. How many before g6? How many moves here that black
this is
and play,
crazy
right?
amount of
I
moves.
know.
I think mainly it used to be g6, e6, d6, knight f6. When I
Yeah.
started, these were the only four moves that I prepared against. But recently they also play this move with
E5, yes, to simplify,
Yeah.
you're going into some sort of position. I mean, in some of the variation, it can transpose to roll piece, but of course, if white allows that to happen.
Yeah, because in terms of structure, it's similar. They even play e5 against 2c3, like after c3, also e5 is one of the acceptable moves. The computer likes it, and it's a way to equalize. And many strong players have played it, which is very weird for me because I have been taught that these kind of moves are just bad as black. You don't play e5 and c5 together,
Yeah.
weakening the d5 square so early on in the game. But yeah, the evolution of opening theory.
Right. Yeah. So now I'm looking at this position. It is like looking at a game that I can just copy. I can totally learn from both sides how Naiditsch is playing against this before, because in my mind, as a black player, when I have this type of position, I always have to prevent before to happen. So probably before queen e7, maybe I would play a move like a5 first. It doesn't really prevent it, but you know what I mean. It's kind of discouraging white to play before right away.
True. Then white would need to prepare it with knight a4 or
Yeah.
one of the other
And then we
early
go
ways.
to this setup again. Yeah.
And the subtle aspects in these positions, I'm sure this position occurs with the white pawn on h3.
Yep.
There's one extra move. So black usually has that one extra move to prepare against b4 or protect it. But Naiditsch has managed to get it without playing h3 at all, which I'm not sure how it came about, but it's a very subtle difference.
Yeah, I think the move like h3, back in the day, it feels like you always have to trade your bishop c8 with one of the knights. That's why h3 come about as the main approach.
Absolutely.
But
Yeah.
these days, players just totally ignore this old rule, and then they feel like, no, for white, no, you can exchange it. It's fine. It's okay for me. And on the other hand, as for black, and black would like to keep the pair of bishops on the board. So yeah, now you just have to keep updating everything, like all this knowledge on this position.
True. So yeah, p4 on the board. And what are your thoughts? Do you think Rithvik is going to take the pawn or do something else? What is the black player's instinct in you, say?
I think, well, first of all, we can sort the castle out, because you cannot castle in this position. Bishop takes h6 is there. So what else is there to think about? A move like b6 maybe?
Yeah, I was also thinking the same. A move like b6, it keeps the tension. I wouldn't really regard the computer's evaluation so much in a position like this, because if it helps you keep the fight, I think it's totally worth it. 0.3 points.
But maybe a move like b6 will fall with knight a4. This is the move that we've been talking about earlier, and then queen c3 is coming, and then c5 will be under pressure a lot.
And you have to anyway take c takes
Yeah.
b4 as black, yeah?
So maybe b6 is a very typical move to be made in this type of Rosoli move, but again, after knight f4, you're kind of like losing time. Maybe you just have to deal with the problem and take b4 anyway.
And I think that's pretty much what he has done. He has taken c takes b4.
Ah, okay.
So if a takes b4, you kind of have to take with the queen, right? If you say a, you have to follow it up with b. Otherwise, white plays b5 and tries to access the d5 square.
That's true. Also, if you play a6, I think you can still push before b5 and takes, knight takes. The knight cannot be captured because the rook is n3 on a8. And there you go. Abdusattorov just took the pawn on b4. So there's a capture there. And I think what might come next is rook fb1.
Yeah, absolutely. Completely agree with you here. Rook fb1, let's say the queen moves back to e7 to a safe square. Now how does white continue here? Do you take on e7 with either the rook or the bishop, or do something else? I think taking with the rook is fine. Black might castle shot in this position, and now we have pretty much a game where the bishop maybe comes back to e3. White takes the knight to a4 and tries to use his opening up of the queen side to his advantage, and black will still try to get some f5 on the king side, but I think it's a lot less effective with so many simplifications on the queen side. So to me it feels like white has achieved what he wants from the opening, at least from the opening. And it's also considerable pressure on someone like Nolebeth. Like he's 140 points higher rated than his opponent, but he has the black pieces, and his opponent is someone who has played elite events, who was 2700 I think for a considerable time. And it's not even like, I would say he's actually a pretty strong opponent, but he's 140 points below you.
Yep.
Which is a massive strain on your rating. So, and the tournament situation as well. The start for Nordebek has meant that he has lagged behind a bit in terms of the standings, and he has to try and pretty much win every game that comes across his way. But in a position like this, it's not at all easy to do this. And all of these things, it adds up to the pressure.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but as for Naiditsch, even though, well, he's not the favorite in this game, but still, having this type of position, you already sacrifice one of the pawns. Maybe if you would like to not simplifying the position after rook f b1, queen e7, maybe keep all the tension like that without taking on a7. Can we do something about it that we don't want to take on a7? Because if we take on a7, then it takes the attention away over the h6 pawn. Meanwhile, we'd like to keep the king still in the center. So what if I try to play a move like knight a4 here?
This looks interesting. It looks really interesting, and it's something that also sets problems for black in a certain way. I would first look at b5 as black.
b5,
just
yes.
to, yeah.
Okay, let me continue with queen c3.
Oh, now I'm starting to get scared actually.
Yeah, I'm trying to approach this position in a practical way, like concrete chess, but we'll see what's happening on the board, because I saw Naiditsch just took a pawn on a7 with the bishop, but
So he didn't play rook b1 at all.
no, he didn't.
So he's I think playing pretty anti-Irene chess.
Anti-Irene. If there is such a variation, yeah, anti-Irene chess.
Yeah.
Okay, bishop a7. Again, you're just taking back what you have sacrificed before. That is a very nice
this is my
threat.
threat. I don't even need to consciously draw this arrow, because my mind just sees it somewhere.
Yep.
And then my hand automatically draws the arrow, with bishop c5 being the threat. But that also makes black's more obvious, right? b6 to just protect against queen c5. Like, what are the ways to protect against bishop c5?
Yeah, there are just a few squares for the queen to go. I was actually trying to evaluate the position if the queen is traded with the rook and the bishop, how it's going to be. Like for example, I play queen e7 here,
Right.
and then you play bishop c5, then I take on a1. I know the computer might like white better, but I'm just trying to see it from the human's perspective. Bishop takes e7, rook takes f1,
King takes f1,
and
king
king,
g7.
yeah, and then this position happens. Yeah, I think of course white is better, but it's just that how white is better in this position. Like,
So the factors, in terms of factors, the problem for black, in a lot of cases, the rook and minor piece gives a lot of compensation. But in this case, these pieces are not quite active for black. And the second factor is the king safety. So as white, maybe I'll just continue with something like knight to a4, bringing my queen into the game against the black king, queen b4 check, knight b6 related ideas. Because trading more pieces also helps white. And another idea that comes to my mind is queen b4, knight d2, knight c4 here. Black's pieces are not actively playing; they're not coming out into the game anytime soon. So this is why the compensation is not as much as it is in a lot of similar situations.
right. Yeah, I think white has more dynamic chances here due to the fact that white has a queen that can roam freely around the board. So bishop takes a7 is already played. b6 is totally the candidate move to think about. But I'm just a bit worried of the position after b6 if white play rook f b1, for example.
So if I just go back with queen e7, let's say,
Okay, queen
or
e7.
maybe queen d6. Sometimes it's useful to have the queen on d6 instead of e7 to protect the. He's gone for b6, yeah.
He's gone for b6, yes. Yeah. What else can I do in this position?
I think rook f b1 and queen d6 might also follow. Now you can't take bishop into b6 because of rook into a1. I'll just put it on the board to make it clear. Takes, and knight takes b6 loses the piece. So white cannot take this pawn on b6. In which case, trying to support this a1 rook through some means makes sense for white. What do you think of a move like queen to c1 for the same? Oh no, com says. Because I missed that after queen c7, trapping the bishop. Bishop into b6 does not work in this case because with knight into b6, black protects the a8 rook. I missed this point. So for this reason, queen c7 is a threat, and it's a pretty dangerous threat.
Yep. So okay, let me think. Can we move back before rook fb1? Maybe I missed something there.
Sure.
All right. So this position.
Yeah, this is the position, and Naiditsch also returns to the board after.
So I think you have to double up your rook. What about rook a4, rook a1?
Actually, yeah, makes sense. Rook a4. Let's say I put the queen on d6 anyhow.
Yeah.
And with rook a1, you are preparing to extricate this bishop. But fundamentally, this way of playing as white, it feels wrong because all your pieces are concentrated on just one corner of the board. And if I casual shot, or you taking on b6? You are, yeah? You're taking on
I think
b6.
I have to, right? Because the bishop is isolated there on a7.
Yeah.
And if you take the rook after that, knight takes the rook, and then the knight is protecting the bishop on b6.
Bishop. Yeah. This is a very important detail. Again, which something combines something tactical to prove a strategic point. So as black, if I can't play short castle, then the next move I would want to consider is bishop to b7. Developing move that protects the rook on a8 and deals against the threat of bishop into b6.
Interesting. Okay. Yeah, if only I can magically put my knight on c3 to c4, it would be the dream. But otherwise, what should I do in this position? Yeah. still moving the knight anyway, because there's still no threat on the a7 bishop yet. Everything is very well protected. So maybe I can use the time to play knight d1. Let's try that. Knight d1 at e3. Just still according to my plan to c4.
Yeah, absolutely. It's it meets with the approval of the bar, which stays constant at 0.00. I think I can castle now, right?
Yeah, you can. Yeah, I think that is the best move anyway. And then let me play knight e3.
Knight e3, so I go back queen c7 as a protection. Are you coming to g4 or c4?
Now I can play queen c3 just to tease you a little bit there. Because knight d5 might come.
Yeah, and I think we are a little bit deep into this position.
Yeah.
But to conclude, it feels the position is actually quite interesting and dynamic.
is,
Yeah, and
it is.
anything is possible.
Whenever,
But also, it doesn't. At least some of the dangers for black has been, I think, already taken care of.
yeah, because all black wants to do is just to put the king into safety by castling, but castle was not done before because h6 was always under attack. But now having the bishop on a7, it takes all the attention away from the h6. All I can remember whenever I have this position on the game, it's like Karpov Unzicker. Remember this classical game?
Yeah.
But it was in Lopez, not in Rosolimo, where Karpov just played this bishop a7, stopping everything in the queen side. It was a very masterpiece, actually. It was a masterclass game. So for those who don't know what I'm talking about, just look for this Kasparov Unzicker. I think it was in 84, something like that. I don't remember the year though.
Yeah, no, I don't remember the year either.
But that was a roll-up-es, and Karpov played this brilliant idea that is still evergreen until now. I rarely see it happens anymore, but it's just an idea. I mean, the bigger picture of bishop a7 was to stop everything on the queen side, so you can pretty much focus your attention and your attack on the king side. So back then, players, they play according to principles, according to ideas. Of course, they have to calculate, but then this is going to be like the lesser important factor in the whole calculation thing, right?
Absolutely.
But these days, players would be just, have a concrete calculation from one move to another. So that's a very huge difference.
It's the impact of computers.
Yes.
But also, I think, with each world champion, a bit of concrete layer was added because I think with Fischer's time, he was already playing a lot more concretely than some of the best masters of that time. I felt by looking at his games. And then Karpo came in, he was more universal than the previous world champions.
Yeah.
And then the Karpo-Kasparov matches took this to a whole new level.
Exactly.
The level of concrete preparation that Kasparov was coming up with, and also Karpo, and also the way he calculated. So I think it started from there, and then when the computers came in, it just took it to a whole new different level.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, and then we also enjoy this type of preparation in the current World Championship match between Ding Liren versus Gukash, and in which, in many games, Ding was actually being outplayed by Gukash in the opening stage. But at some point, he could recover back. But also in some of the games, he just went collapse, just like yesterday's game. But he bounced back on today's game. So that match between those two big players, they're just getting more interesting and interesting. So it's safe to say that they will play the next two games, yeah? They will play the all games, which is, if you ask everyone in the chess world, right, before the starting of the match, like, how many games do you think the match would last? They wouldn't say that it's going to be until game 14.
Right, absolutely.
Yeah.
But I must say it was very, very impressive game by Ding today. And also very impressive that he managed to bounce back from that defeat yesterday.
Yeah.
He's amazingly resilient. And if you ask any neutral fan, I think Ding is maybe one of the most likable characters in the chess world.
Totally, yeah. I mean, I like both players because they're so unique in their own ways. Ding is just so wholesome, and Gukash is just so mature at such a young age. They are quite an example for the chess world. That what we needed right now. All the honesty, you know, all the
Yeah,
wholesome thing.
exactly.
This is rare. This is rare.
Absolutely.
So this is one of the reasons why I like this World Championship match so much, because it's coming from those two amazing players.
Absolutely.
I just, you know, if I could choose, I just hope that both players could win. But of course, it's impossible. One of them has to get the title. But I just hope that both players could get the title somehow. Like it's a joining world champion title. But of course, it's just a dream. But Srinath, we've been looking at interesting 5 games in the top board so far. I think it's time for us to take our first break, because we're also going to continue looking at other games, and I will scan which game is interesting for you to solve or for you to give the insight on. And yeah, please stay tuned. After the break, we'll come back with more actions.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواف.
رد يا ابو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا.
هنا اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Who's your favorite chess player?
Magnus Carlsen.
And who do you root for the World Championship match, Ding or Gukash?
Well, I don't really follow up on chess, so I don't really know though.
Do you play chess?
I play, but I'm not master or I'm not good. But I know how to move the chess.
That's okay. So guys, do you play chess?
I do play chess.
You play chess too?
No, I don't.
Do you play chess online or over the board?
On the board. I prefer on the board.
And have you competed chess tournament recently?
It's been a few years back, not very recent.
How often do you play chess?
Well, it depends. In the summer, I play with my friends quite a lot though.
But what do you like the most about the chess when you play?
About smartness. Smartness, no?
Is there, right now we're at the Formula One. Is there any connections in your mind between Formula One and the chess? Something similar?
Fast thinking.
Hey, who's your favorite chess player?
Actually, I don't know regarding who's the player, but I don't know who's the good one and who's the master now. But I know how to play.
Yes. Who do you want to see in Qatar Masters? One of the top 10 guys, let's say, in the world of chess.
Definitely people like Magnus Carlsen, like championship winners.
My name is Rashid.
How old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
What's your favorite chess piece?
My favorite chess piece is the queen.
Queen? Why?
Because like it have so many moves. And
What's your name, first of all?
Mohammed.
Mohammed. Wow, nice name. How old are you?
10.
10.
10 years old.
And for how long are you playing chess?
I've been playing chess for 2 years now.
2 years.
Yeah.
Are you playing at school or are you also playing at home?
Both.
Both? Against whom are you playing at home?
My brother. There is my brother.
Oh, so you play together. That's very nice. What's your favorite chess piece?
chess piece, the queen, because who doesn't use the queen in battle? It's the most important. After the king is the most important.
The king is the most important.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
عشرة على هواك يا نواف. رد يا ابو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
Welcome back everyone to the sixth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and the actions are still ongoing. One of the actions that captured our attention is the game between Arjun Erigaisi versus David Paravyan. So let's dive into it directly, Srinath. What's happening on their game? Because we left it off after White played G3.
Irene, actions have heated up like crazy since we left this game. Here we are looking at patient strategic moves like Queen C7 or A5. But David, he took his time. He took a lot of time. In fact, he took 20 minutes. But he came up with his move H5. And this, I'm pretty sure Arjun would have also not anticipated in his prep. Although when you play G3, playing H5 is not so uncommon. But in this position, I'm sure it would have probably come as something new for Arjun. So he played the queen to A4 after a 6-minute trot and closed the queen side with B5. This ensures that black is not able to develop the knight to either C6 or D7, which makes it harder to get this central breakthrough with E5. And white threatens to play A3 to try and undermine and break that center. So black goes for H4.
Oh, H4. What a sacrifice.
I know, right?
Yeah. So
it's almost straight from this Game Changer book.
Totally.
About the AlphaZero games, the H5, H4 revolution. Black sacrifices the pawn, distracts the knight, and then goes for the center with E5. And he has built up a pretty impressive center this way. White plays the pawn to D3 to, fight for some control of the center. But black goes for E4 anyhow. And Arjun has taken D takes E4 here. So I think knight and E4 pretty much expected, no?
I think so too, yeah. I can't imagine any other
G5.
position. Oh, G5.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe also G5.
G5, E5?
Take on H4.
Take on F6, queen takes F6, and probably black is better, yeah? Or you can
first I can
take on G3 first, and then you can take on F6, right?
Yeah.
Oh.
Keeping the position wild.
But it's already wild since ever black played H4, H5.
Absolutely.
So H5, H4, I meant, yeah. And now, I think D takes E4. If G5 happens, then should we retreat with the knight to F3?
So firstly, the line that we looked at with e5 is also perfectly playable, and the position remains somewhat even after this point. White can go bishop g2, knight d2, long castle. Black brings the bishop to h6, but has to solve the problem of this knight. On the other hand, yes, after g5, you also have to consider moves like knight to f5, knight to f3. Knight f5, maybe the knight runs into problems after potential knight into e4. There's no square for the knight anymore. So moving forward is not always the best solution. Sometimes you need to come backward with the knight, with knight f3. But here also black takes knight into e4, I guess, at this point, and then continues with g4, bishop h6. Or he can also start with, after knight f3, he can start with g4 and be like, okay, I have sacrificed this pawn and I'm going to play for compensation due to the activity of my pieces. And for now, keep the white pawn at e4 so that after white plays bishop g2, it's not so easy to, advance the pawn forward for white.
Wow, this is, this already is an original game for both sides since ever that Paravyan pushed the h4, h1 to h5 and then to h4. And then, but Arjun has more time on the clock because in the earlier stage of this game, Paravyan just kept thinking. I think he should be thinking a lot too, because after he come up with this idea with h5, h4, which is very original, very unorthodox too in this type of reverse Benko position. It looks like we're just going to see lots of actions in this game, particularly some wild position, tactical nuances.
Yeah, absolutely, Irene. And talking about action and wild complications, it just occurred to me one more move, which is possible for black, which might be, just taking in h4.
And this type of sacrifice is actually very common in London with the King's Indian setup, remember?
Yeah.
When white pushes to the pawn to h4 and then to h5, knight takes h5, and then you just simply take the knight on h5 with the rook, and you have like, okay, exchange down, but with all the initiatives.
Yeah, it occurs in so many different openings. The Dragon Sicilian, where white takes rook into h5, yeah. But here, after, it took me a while because I was, to be honest, a bit slow to see this, but I can imagine that the black player would have found it instantly, and he's probably thinking about this move exactly. Rook into h4, g into h4, and then here continue with maybe something like knight to g4 here to, follow up with queen into h4, or even take knight takes e4.
But meanwhile, Srinath, we can come back to this one, but let's take a look board 5. Apparently, we have already a result there. Unexpectedly, because I thought this game is going to be one of the longest in the top 10 boards, but they are just repeated the moves. So we saw the position after queen takes b4, and then after that,
white took bishop into a7.
Bishop a7 and b6.
White to play rook b1.
Yes.
But white took bishop a7 and b6, yes, exactly.
Yeah, and then after b6, it's just rook a b1, not the other rook. So you are actually, you just want to take on b6 without having to deal with all the back rank attack with the other rook, being on a1. So here, Abdusattorov, instead of playing queen e7 and then letting the pawn go on b6, he just played queen f5, protecting the pawn, and this is also an invitation for white to keep repeating the moves. Rook a1 is on the board again, and then queen b4, and then this is how they come to the threefold repetition and claim for the draw.
Yeah, I must say I'm a bit surprised by Naiditsch's decision to make such an early draw after the rest day, but I can also understand he lost a painful game in the previous game.
Yeah.
And up against him is maybe one of the best players in the world number 5, Naiditsch Abdusattorov. So totally understandable. And I can imagine it being also a little bit disappointing for Naiditsch that he was, rushing and coming back with his comeback with 3 wins in a row. And this draw does make it more difficult for him to fight for the championship.
Yeah, I can feel it too. But on the other hand, maybe he has to also think about the objective evaluation on the board, because it feels like also for black there's nothing much more to gain. And probably with this an early draw result, it can save him some energy walking towards the last third of the tournament, because tomorrow we are going to see round 7, and then at least he's already on the top 10 boards, at least he's back in the contention, because still he still has all the hope to take on the first place, because if he wins 3 games in a row in the last 3 games, I think he can almost sure that he's going to be the winner of this tournament.
Absolutely. The one who finishes strongest in such opens will always, finish strong. And meanwhile, we actually have the moves on the board in the Arjun Paravyan game. He did actually take rook into h4. This came on the board. G takes h4 also happened. Knight into e4, attacking the pawn on h4. And now white just played bishop to g2, trying to neutralize the attacking knight on e4. But a crazy interesting game developing in the Arjun Paravyan game. And this is something Arjun has also achieved with each of his games so far.
Yeah, I mean, as a youngster, both of them are very young. I'm just so happy to see this type of position arise on their game, because it looks like everything is very dynamic, everything is very concrete as well. You just pretty much have to be careful in every single move that you're making, because that can turn the whole evaluation upside down. And I think I have to also warn my media team, Srinath, that this, regardless of the result, this could be the game of the day, judging by how both players are playing. White is coming up with this a little bit unusual reverse bend curve in the opening, but how Paravyan reacted in this game is not like what we have seen in other games before with a5, queen c7, all this positional nuances, but instead he went for the kill. h4 is there, and then another sacrifice on h4, and now despite being an exchange down, it ensures the position to have a lot of actions.
Absolutely. And 3 white games so far from Arjun, and in all 3 of them, he's come under initiative from his opponents, which is a very interesting phenomenon and something very different from what we have, what we're used to seeing from players with the white pieces. But Arjun had even worse positions with the white pieces in his 2 earlier games with white, and he managed to overcome them. And let's see if he's able to continue doing the same and maybe even go 1-up this time.
Yeah, I just want to investigate a little bit on this position before we move on to the next board, which I already said on my screen is a very interesting position occurs on the game between Tabatabai versus Pranesh. But I just want to see, like, after Bishop G2, what is going to be the reply or the reaction for David Paravyan here? Are you taking the pawn on h4, or what do you do with this threat on e4?
So firstly, is there another option other than taking on h4? I mean, there should be, because Paravyan hasn't taken queen into h4 immediately. But I think this kind of suggests itself, right? It's not
obvious, because I can see it from here, like after you take on h4. Okay, maybe I shouldn't really think about castling at this point, because it might be just a suicide, because actually we can put it on the board. It's going to be interesting to show. Yeah. Like if you castle and then bishop d6 happens, there is a 1 move checkmate on h2, you push h3, but then there is queen f4. And then you kind of in a position where you cannot escape, because if you put your rook away from f1, there is queen f2, but then if you don't do anything about that, then there is queen h2 checkmate. So yeah, this is one of the situation where you shouldn't castle, or you shouldn't walk your king into the side that is currently having lots of your opponent's pieces. And Paravyan just took the pawn on h4.
Yeah, he's played it, and I guess now we'll also see Arjun taking rook f1. Goes rook f1, so he puts the rook on f1, but without putting the king on g1. So in effect, not castling, and he again gets up and walks away from the board with a 30-minute time advantage.
Wow, it is a huge time advantage. The last time it was happening in the World Championship match, it gave Gukash a very strong edge in his game, and therefore made Tingleran blundered a piece. Yeah.
Yeah. But it also comes with a double-edged strategy, and sometimes it also backfires against you playing so fast.
But I think in this position, Arjun just literally played out the process of elimination because F2 is under attack. You cannot tussle. Definitely, you cannot legally push the pawn because it's currently pinned. And how else can you protect F2? And you also don't want to trade your light square bishop with the knight because then Black's pieces are just going to be dominating in this position, especially with the pair of bishops. So I think by that logic, Arjun just came out with rook f1 just because of the process of elimination.
Makes sense. Completely makes sense. And it's also not so obviously clear how Black keeps his initiative going. But I guess bishop d6, no, bishop d6, see, that's exactly what I was talking about. A natural developing move, and immediately the bar swings towards white, with such a big swing.
I think because of knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2.
And then bishop b7, yeah.
But maybe not directly, yeah.
Oh,
because
look at that! I thought that was such a.
There's queen g5 check.
There's queen g5. No, yeah, that's right. That's right.
So I was thinking start with queen c2, and then play knight d2.
That makes sense. Yeah, I think the queen is needed there.
Yeah. So this is white's threat to play the queen to c2 here, and
queen c2 bishop f5. Okay, let's say bishop d6, queen c2, bishop f5.
Then maybe knight d2 anyhow because
knight d2 anyhow, yeah. Because
you want knight g3 you can't play.
Oh, knight g3 e4.
No, just
simply take it. Yeah. The queen on h4 is under attack. Right. So it's not that easy then. Although the move like bishop d6 looks more natural, in that case, can I use the fact that that the queen is on a4? Can I? Oh, maybe not. I was thinking to play knight a6, but then you just move on with queen c2 anyway, and then both knights are suddenly under attack.
Exactly. So.
Right, so this also, this cannot be the candidate move. What else is there?
f5 is possible, I think.
f5 is possible.
Strengthening the knight on e4.
Right.
Seeing that the queen c2 is the threat. But against f5, I might play queen c2 anyhow to get the knight to d2. And for Black, the problem I see in this position is that his development is not happening quickly enough, especially this knight on b8. It's not quite clear how he gets these two pieces out into the game. He can get the bishop pretty easily through d6 f4 or g6 bishop h6, but eventually you need to get this piece also into the game, right? Otherwise you are. But maybe Black also asks the same question to the white king, like where is it going?
Oh, I think if you want to focus your attention on developing your pieces on b8 and on a8, the rook, I think it's best maybe not to play f5 because let's say whenever queen c2 happens, you can always come back to d6. So maybe let's now play a6. You're trying
a6
to
makes sense, yeah.
You're trying to break open this this side. So queen c2 maybe is the move, but then you just move your knight back to d6 while at the same time protecting b7 and also keeping pressure on b5.
Absolutely. This actually makes a lot of sense, and this solves Black's main problem of getting the pieces out into the game. So a6 is, I think, the best move amongst the moves that we have seen till now, and also objectively the strongest move suggested by Stockfish.
Thank you.
From what?
No, I feel happy whenever there's a compliment on my move like that. But let's see if Paravyan does it. So I think we can leave this one for a while because this is going to be very technical for Paravyan to solve because he is technically an exchange down. He was willing to sacrifice his rook for the knight, and now he has to pay the price. Because, well, this is not losing, but this is very complicated and he has to prove it that that the sacrifice would work. Right. And meanwhile, this is what I promised you before. Let's take a look. Game 8 between Tabatabai versus Pranesh. It looks so exciting. It's coming from an Italian defense, but the resulting position that we have on the board, there you go. The king is quite exposed on G2 with double pawn on F2 and F3. Will the young Pranesh be able to seize the day? Because we already saw his 2 winning games back to back on round 4 and round 5, where he was just winning against Arjun, and I can't remember who he played.
Yes, I remember. Shamsuddin Okido.
Yes. And he was winning both games, but he ended up with 2 draws. And now he's playing against another very strong player, Amin Tabatabai, and it looks like, from the optic of it, I don't calculate anything here. I just look at the position and I like Black's position.
Absolutely, Irene, and the game is attracting not just us and the chat, but also I see other players from the tournament hall coming in and having a look at this game. But on the other hand, here Stockfish doesn't agree with you. Unlike the last position of the Paravyan game, here the bar seems to be totally towards white side. But let's try and find out why exactly this is the case. Because the evaluation bar is quite misleading. With knight d4, the knight heads towards e6. Both the knights eyeing the f4 square. So as white, I need to make sure that this doesn't happen at any cost. And therefore, the first move that I can think of is rook to h1, attacking the knight on h5 and asking the question where it goes to. The knight probably has to move. I don't see how it can be defended. One tactic that I can spot is something like queen to f6. Attacking the f3 pawn. So if I take rook into h5, you have queen into f3 check with a double attack on the king and the rook. But I think white can defend this easily enough with something like bishop into d4. A very, very controversial move, I would say. I mean, not controversial, but it's a committal move because you are giving up a dark square bishop, which can be very useful for your attack. But also you should understand that you are giving up this dark square bishop for the opposition knight, which is a very fearsome knight, which can actually just directly attack the king and finish it off. So bishop into d4, and now black can either take the bishop directly or play knight f4 check. If knight f4 check, I'll just move my king.
To f1, yes.
E takes d4.
And now knight d5.
Yeah, exactly.
And now I'm liking white's position better than black's.
But knight d5 there's a problem because black can take the f3 pawn, which is not the end of the world, but you can maybe do the same thing without giving up the f3 pawn by playing the knight to e2. And if the knight refuses the trade, then white can bring his own knight to g3 and f5 or h5.
Or even just push simply f4, f5, yeah?
Yeah, after pushing eventually to one of these squares. And if black trades the knight, then white takes with the king. And then he can fire all his guns towards the black king. The rook, the 2 rooks, the queen and the bishop. So this is the problem that Pranesh faces in this position. That white has this resource combining rook h1 with bishop into d4. And black doesn't seem to have a great way to prevent this. He can maybe play the knight to f4 check to open up the bishop. But eventually in all these positions, it feels like white is the one who is playing for a initiative and win here. And although in the beginning, it looked like the white king was the one in danger. But I mean, I imagine this white king being one of the characters from Breaking Bad and going like, I'm not in danger, but I am the danger.
I'm the danger. Yeah. Okay. So, but really, thank you for explaining those things, because really, yeah, if I didn't know any of those, it's very easy for me to just siding on black's position. But yeah, with the concrete way of play, I think white will be able to somehow save the king. And also, this type of open lines open files on the G file. It can be double-edged as well, because it looks, for now it is white who is having all the problems, but if after a few moves black didn't come up with good continuation, then it can be backfired. You can actually use this G file to attack the G7 bishop and therefore the king behind it.
Absolutely. Definitely. Double-edged is exactly the word for the opening up of the G file. Both the kings can be in danger, but white's pieces, white's rooks especially, are better placed towards taking advantage of the black king on G8.
Right. Okay, so it looks like Tabatabai here has been spending quite a lot of time as well, and I think it is very typical for Pranesh to also play quicker, right? We've seen how he played against Arjun Erigaisi and Fokidov too, and he's not slowing down in this position at all. But let's let Tabatabai solve this one out, because it is also a very critical position for him. And meanwhile, we can switch to the board 7. It's between Ivanchuk versus Artemiev.
Interesting. So this one, I was not sure if you'd go here, because it came from one of the openings you don't quite like. The Berlin opening in Royal Opus. But I'm guessing Ivanchuk and Artemiev is just too good to say no to the game between them. And like one of the earlier games that we saw between Sankalp against Martyrosian, in the anti-Berlin, white took bishop into c6, going into this structure. Short castle played by white. Knight d7 was also, I think, the move played by Haik Martyrosian in that game. And Sankalp played c3, if I remember right. Instead here, white goes for the queenside expansion with a4 and a5, already taking the game into a fresh territory. And what does a4, a5 does is, if you see the follow-up of white's moves, knight d2 and knight to c4, it protects this knight on c4 from black pushing the pawn to b5. Black, on the other hand, if you see the setup in this pawn structure in particular, first the knight from f6, it went to d7. Later, the rook on e8 adds another layer of protection to the e5 pawn, so that this knight on d7 can move, freeing the light square bishop to develop. And this knight instead goes to g6 and supports the e5 pawn from there. And since it's such an important strategic central pawn, black adds another extra layer of protection with f6, which is quite a common way of putting the pawns in this exchange Royal Opus pawn structure. And then finally he develops the light square bishop with bishop e6. White trades black's dark square bishop with bishop e3, so the pair of bishops is neutralized. And after c5, white has just played the knight to g1, intending to prepare a pawn break with f4 in the next few moves.
Yeah. I think we can also see the switch of approach by Ivanchuk, because I was growing up learning his games, as I should, because as a tactical player, especially if you're playing Open Sicilian, you can see his game in the early 2000s, even it was just masterpieces. I always try to copy his style whenever I have an Open Sicilian in my games, and then play g4, with this e4, f4, g4, queen goes to h3, and somehow there's attack coming on the board, but of course you have to watch out about d5. But anyway, this is just one of the approach that I remember when I was younger, that, this is Ivanchuk who popularized that. Of course, like many strong players also did the same thing. Kasparov mainly, right?
Yeah.
But this is just, you can see, like, this is the style that they had in previous decades, that, this player is good on this style. Shirov too, right? Shirov also has this approach in his Sicilian game. So it's always, growing up with this core memory of the styles of these players. And now looking at the current position, it's a bit, I'm feeling a bit like this is not Ivanchuk who's playing, but again, you cannot really go against time. This is the time then that for Ivanchuk maybe it's very hard to come up with original ideas anymore, because everything already has been explored. by the younger generation. So now I think he just wanted to come up with a quiet game that ensures him to have a game in the middle game.
Absolutely. And Artemiev so far has been more than up to it. He
Yes.
has a very solid position. And just by playing Berlin, you can see how much he respects the legend Ivanchuk. He goes for a solid opening. He's not like, I'm going to beat him, but it's like, okay, I'm going to play it safe.
Yeah.
I'm not going to take any chances. And Ivanchuk was legendary in his ability to literally be able to play any opening, which we see now with most of the younger generation. But back in those times, in pre-technology era, it was a lot more difficult to learn new openings.
Yeah.
And only Ivanchuk was able to pull this off.
Exactly. I think he was one of the players who Kasparov feared the most, just because of his capability of coming with any sort of openings, and he has the vision to come up with fresh variations or lines.
Absolutely. As I remember so many games where he defeated Kasparov.
Yeah.
And also he was, I think, one of the biggest differences in the 2013 candidates when, Magnus Carlsen as well as Vladimir Kramnik, they were racing towards the championship. And he defeated one of the leaders. I don't remember whether it was Kramnik or Carlsen. I remember Svidler defeated one of the players and Ivanchuk defeated one of the other players. I'll need to check, but yeah, I think, again, the chat might have a better idea than me here with the help of internet as well.
Yeah, well, it's talking about Ivanchuk, it's not going to end because he has achieved a lot in his chess career, and now I think he loves chess so much. That's one thing for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very hard to find someone who's crazy about chess the way Ivanchuk is, even from the pre-computer times. Now we have kids going to different websites, different chess playing platforms, and playing chess all day. Back in those times when Ivanchuk grew up, I can imagine that he didn't have a computer and he was growing up with just books. Back in those times, they had very limited access to books as well. And I don't know exactly if how much true this is, but I remember one old story of some legend coming in, and there was this boy who was just sitting on the floor, and he had like this 8-10 different informator books with a chessboard, and this legend was Karpo, and apparently he was asking who's this crazy kid and what is he doing, and that turned out to be Ivanchuk. But this is just a very I have absolutely no source to substantiate this, and it's very hazy from my memory. So, but yeah, I mean, what we have with chess playing platforms today was the informator books back in those times.
Exactly. The informators were like the chess Bibles, yeah? Because it was printed in the Yugoslavian countries. I think it was in Serbia. And then, of course, for us who live in Asian continent, it would take some of the weeks, to arrive in our homes, right? And then I remember back then when I was literally couldn't understand what was going on the games of Informator, but just for the sake of, it's Informator, I was like, 9 years old, 10 years old. The games were very high quality. I could barely understood the moves, but I just wanna see like how the top players are playing. So I was really waiting for the informators to arrive in my home. But back then, I think they printed like only twice a year, but then it moved to every 4 months, and then it moved to every 3 months. And now it's becoming like more regularly. I don't know what is it now, because to be honest, all my
everything is online.
All my sources are online. I just update it or anything like that. But I remember those days when I was waiting for this is the time for the informator to arrive, and then I would look at the end of the chapter where they feature a player, right? And then, who are they featuring for this edition? And then, let's take a look at some of the games. And of course, my most favorite chapter is what? Do you know? Of Infomatter?
No.
The tactical chapter. They would have like about 24 or 48. It depends on the edition, but they would have about 24 or 48 tactical positions of the featured player and also some of the end games and some of the middle games. That's one I like the most. Like I would try myself to solve all those positions. But of course, that was the era when I also know all about this tournament, like Dortmund and also Hastings, Weikense. All these tournaments were featured in the info matters, and I'd like to see who's playing. I remember the names like Valery Stalov, who's never
fantastic grandmaster.
Very fantastic. And I only know his name just by reading the info matter. And all these old players like Lebovic, Lubomir, Patachnik, which you might not see those names anymore in the recent databases.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's the evolution of chess information from waiting for months to waiting for weeks to now just waiting for a few minutes. Chess information has evolved a lot from informator to agadmator.
Yeah. Srinath Narayanan 2024. Right. Yeah, you put it eloquently. Yeah, I like that. Exactly. Yeah. Right now, you can access all this within seconds. Yeah. You're actually watching us like only 15 minutes behind. Right? So it's amazing. Back then, whenever I want to see like the Weikense games, right, I have to wait for months. Or if any of the players just came from overseas, I can get the bulletins.
And also sometimes it was in the newspaper on the next day for important, like the Kasparov Kramnik match in 2000. I remember following it from the newspaper on the next day. The entire notation would come and then the result, and that's how I would know.
Yeah, amazing. But thanks to Ivanchuk, now we get all this nostalgia of the chess evolution. But okay, let's see what the moves are on this game. So we saw the position of the knight g1, with the idea of putting the knight to e2 and then to play on the king side. And therefore, I think what Artemiev just did is very principled. You already saw your opponent's intention that he would like to open up the king side, try to attack, and now he's trying to get some counterplay on the other side of the board. B6 happened. B5. B5, and if you don't end pawn there, the a5 pawn in the long term, especially in the end game, would be the culprit of white's position. So that's why Ivanchuk decided to just get over it. Let's do the en passant, and now we have an open A file.
Yeah, we have an open A file. Black has made some progress there in terms of an open file to play with, but I guess white will also go continue with this idea, and it's often a question of who is faster in these types of positions. But here, black is able to hold the balance because his counterplay is coming a lot faster than white's. And
he's reaching for the knight, I'm sure. Yes, knight e2.
No surprises there. Knight e2 was also the move that I think everyone was expecting. And let's see how Artemiev plays. I can imagine putting a queen on. Maybe queen d6 is one of the moves that I would consider here. Just blocking the f4 push, improving the queen, connecting the rooks, and just you making a useful preparatory move.
Yeah, I like that move. Yeah, queen d6 is a very good candidate move in this position. I'm trying to think if there's anything that black can come up with. Obviously, in this position, it's very close. You can hardly think of any tactical or aggressive play. I guess the best that you can do is try to regroup with your pieces, put it in harmony so that you can be flexible where to play, either on the king side or on the queen side. Yeah, queen d6, I think I like it.
Yeah. So queen d6 is one of the moves that comes to my mind, and maybe there are also other options. These are positions where also someone like Artemiev, with his refined strategic understanding, he's very strong. But yeah, in effect, just don't allow white to play f4 and create this break. And if white tries to insist with g3, in these positions you have this option of playing bishop to h3, attacking the rook on f1, pushing it away from the f file, so it's even harder to get this f4 break going on.
That's true. That's true. Yeah. Well, I think this position or this game will take quite a while because it is still very close position, and I still have no clue where the players will try to have their battles. So let's switch to probably one of the top boards just to remind ourselves, especially the board number 1. It's between Karthikeyan and Murali versus Sargsyan Shan, because they are the two leaders, the only two leaders in this round.
Yeah, and I didn't know this position we left at quite early in the game after black played a5. And we were discussing ideas with knight c3 or a4 here. White did indeed go with a4. Black played b4, and the ideas that you showed exactly the same ones, with white putting the knight on c4. We saw this play out in the game. White put the knight on c4. Black played bishop to e6 at this point, bishop to e3. All of these moves are very normal, typical developing moves within this setup, like just slowing down a bit from earlier. Black castle shot after the even square is the square for the white's rook, so the white rook goes there. Rook b8 in general an useful move, preparing against white's potential c3 break in the future. h3 again a useful move, protecting against bishop g4 related ideas. Black following suit with h6 and also preparing the move bishop e6 so that white does not have knight g5. And now white finally goes for the central break with bishop e3 followed by d4. The break happens, but black is very well prepared for it, and he specifically moved the queen to c8 so that at the end of everything he goes for this rather unusual position for the queen. The a5 pawn is hanging and the queen came to c8 in order to be able to go to a6. With queen a6, the a5 pawn is not just defended but also the c4 knight is attacked. White goes queen d3, protecting the c4 knight. c5 attacks the bishop moves back, and now black puts his rooks very nicely, one rook on c8, the other rook on d8, preparing against white's rook d1. And this is the current position that we have right now, which looks very balanced to me. Black has managed to, solve a lot of typical strategic problems that he faces in these positions, and he's preparing for the d5 break.
Yeah. That d5 break is very important in this position, because if I didn't see that move as the potential move for black, I would very much like white's position in this structure. Like, for example, I can come up with the idea of f2, f4 and things like that. I just want to strengthen the white center and then attack. But again, now after rook d8, rook f d8, yeah, this break with d5 is something that white has to watch out for, because for sure after white plays f4, d5 will happen.
Absolutely. And a move like f4, it's very strong when you're able to keep the e4 pawn. But if the e4 pawn gets traded, then the pawn is not very well placed on f4. So this is what white needs to watch out for. In terms of the assets in his position, the knight on c4 still stands strong. There is pressure on the a5 point, and I think that will continue to play out. Meanwhile, white will need to, I think, start looking at the possibilities of a break like c3, which here it probably doesn't work because of some tactical reason. So what I think probably just d5 and knight into
d5. Yes.
But no, there's something even
knight
stronger.
c4, of course. Knight c4 and d5. That was
right. This is pretty strong. It wins a pawn, but apparently there's something even stronger than this move.
Queen e2 maybe, or queen somewhere. I think the queen is a bit awkward on d3 because of those reasons.
Rook b8. I mean.
Oh, just rook b8.
Yeah, rook b8 is super strong.
Right. Yeah, the bishop on b3 is suddenly very weak.
Yeah. So for this tactical reason, for numerous tactical reasons, white is not able to play the pawn to c3. Meanwhile, I see Karthikeyan has made a move, bishop back to c1.
Interesting. I think I know the reason. Whenever there is d5 happens, and whenever the queen has to move, then it's going to move to g3. And suddenly, it's threatening bishop takes h6. I mean, not now. After d5, I think you have to take the d5 first. But however you take it, let's say rook takes d5 so that the queen has to move.
Yeah.
Then now you can play queen g3.
No, but you can't, yeah. Like you can't play queen g3 here because the c4 knight is hanging, and bishop and h6 can be
Yeah.
utilized.
Sorry. Oh, yeah, the c4 knight is hanging. Wow.
Yeah.
So where does the queen go then? e2?
Yeah, the queen can go to e2. That's one square. It's a safe square, and I don't know if this is Karthikeyan's intention, but there is also a very interesting strategic sacrifice which might be possible in this position, which is rook into e6. But it doesn't work here.
Pawn
It
takes.
works. You can do it with maybe against knight into d5. You can take rook e6, but with rook into d5, it just simply doesn't work because you can even just take rook into d3. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I just took d3 and then take on
Yeah.
d6.
I was going for a strategic compensation for the, with the light square bishop against this setup, but for tactical reasons, it just simply doesn't work. So after d5, I feel black is totally fine here, and there's not a lot to exert pressure with as white.
No, I don't think so. Yeah. I think Karthikeyan is treating this position, without so much of ambition. As long as the position is fine, and it is actually very like the position is very much tolerable. Like if white would like to push for a win, he can do so as long as black also has the same approach. Because
Right.
otherwise, if black has this mindset to just simplify everything, there's nothing much that white can do.
Absolutely, because the position is equal, it's balanced, and white does not have enough superiority to dictate things in this position.
Yeah. Okay, this is very interesting. But let's also take a look at our first seeded of the tournament, Arjun Erigaisi playing against David Paravyan, because we have a few moves on the board.
Very interesting, and these moves are exactly what we saw pretty much. We left at this point after rook f1, and here the moves we considered for black were f5 and e6. We saw a6 directly, and we also saw f5 directly. What black has done is he played f5 first. We anticipated queen c2, and now he played a6 to try and solve the problem of the development of his queen side pieces. So pretty much exactly what we thought might occur. And now it's white's decision whether he wants to support the pawn with a4 or play something like knight to d2 and counter-attack on b7. But either way, it looks like the game is very balanced with, initially I felt that the position had a lot of dangers for black, but having spent some time in the position, I feel it's balanced. It's not any one side having a clear superiority.
Right, but if I can ask you, like, what is the biggest goal that both of the colors here would try to achieve? For example, for black, it's clear the development of the knight b8 and the rook on a8 and a possible long castle, maybe. We can think about it once the development is finished. But what is it for white?
I think for white also it has to be similar. He has to get his pieces into the game one way or another. And with a4, one thing that could happen is the trading of the rooks on the e file. Now, if that happens, both the sides solve one of their problems, which is the development. Second, after e takes b5, Arjun can also take with the c pawn, in which case he gets the c5 square for the knight. And if we come back to the live position after a4, this is also one of white's problems. Where does the piece go? Where does the d1 knight go? How do you get this rook on a1 into the game? Does the knight go to a3 or does it go to d2? The first priority is king safety for both the players. It is white's king is still in the center, just as black's king is, but black is the one with the initiative so far. So I think the first one of the few primary objectives for white, neutralize the e4 knight and get the king to safety. If white is able to take care of these short-term factors, then over a period of time, white should be having the advantage. But if black is able to mobilize his queenside pieces, then in the long term it will be black who has the upper hand.
Yeah, yeah. Well, definitely this type of sacrifice and we see the resulting position on the board. It's going to give more wild approaches in both sides. You shouldn't you shouldn't think of just one combination, but also somehow combine all of these ideas into both positional and combinational vision. For example, a4 is on the board right now, and even though it would be a dream for white to also finish the development, but you can also think about having the king on the center and maybe, get the rook to a3, to h3 and create this type of counterplay.
Absolutely. You have to just solve the problem of the development one way or another. And I really like this creative idea with rook a3. Also, a very creative way to solve white's development problems. And he's taken a takes b5. What do you think, Irene? Which pawn do you recapture with?
Okay, this is interesting, very interesting. I think I would like to take it with which one I would like better? Maybe with the pawn on c, because I don't want to trade my pieces. And then with this move also, I create some square on the c4 for my knight. It would be a dream to play knight a3, knight c4, and then having the knight on c4 feels like, I'm saving all the position around my king, but also at the same time, I'm posing some problem to black's position.
I completely agree with you. I would also take with the c pawn. If I'm ambitious.
Yeah, that is actually the keyword, right? If I was going to be ambitious on my game, I would take it with c-pawn, but it would be depending on my tournament situation. If I'm not ambitious enough, okay, like AB is the lazy move to continue.
Yeah, and Arjun is always ambitious.
Yeah.
So I expect him to, take with the c-pawn as well.
Although this comes with a cost, yeah? You are voluntarily giving the c5 pawn as a passer.
Yeah, the c5 pawn is a protected passed pawn, and also it does open lines against the white king if it goes towards the queen side in the future. But on the other hand, some of black's problems also remain, and by taking with the a pawn, it makes it a bit easier for black to solve the problem of the development of at least his rook. So in this sense, I feel that the positives outweigh the negatives.
Because in chess you cannot have it all. You have to give in what you can give in and then gain what you can gain. So okay, but Arjun has some time advantage, I guess, in this game, yeah?
Yeah. As he almost always does, except against Pranesh and actually against Murtaj also.
Yeah.
He had less time.
Yeah, he has about 15 minutes more on the clock, and the game is still on move 15. So both players, they have to play faster with 25 moves to the next period of time control.
But Arjun might not mind going into a mutual time scramble, or as long as the time keeps reducing for his opponent.
Yeah, that's true.
I remember there was this one tournament I played in Tashkent in Uzbekistan, the Asian Juniors, where this was actually my tournament strategy against a lot of local Uzbekistan players at that time, that I would try and out-prepare them in the opening. And that was not so difficult to do because at that time they were, not keeping up with the opening changes. So I was able to achieve superiority in preparation with the opening preparation, have more time, and then my targeted strategy was to just keep setting problems with each move so that their time goes lower and lower, push them towards time trouble, and then make something complex and try and beat them. And it worked during that tournament quite beautifully. But when I say I played in Uzbekistan, I'm not talking about this generation of Uzbekistani players. Not with Nodebek and Sindarov and Yakubayev and Wakido. The first seed was actually Jahangir Wakido, who is one of the coaches in Uzbekistan, popular coaches in Uzbekistan right now. But yeah, it's incredible how much they have improved from from 2013. It's just a little over 10 years.
I think it's also very important to note that most of these up and rising chess countries, we can put aside the ex-Soviet countries like Russia, Georgia, Armenia, because they've been very strong even before we were born, right?
Right.
But nowadays, a country like Uzbekistan, I think you also have to need like an example role. For example, India has Vishy. Uzbekistan has Rustam Kazimzadov.
But then Uzbekistan is also a former Soviet country, right?
Yeah, but
Arguably.
I mean, arguably, yeah. But in what I mean is like Kazakhstan, when they kind of like the Soviet broken up, they were not as strong as they are now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So I think like a example role, like someone to look up. It's very important. Like Kazimzadov, I think he's playing a big role in shaping the future generations too.
Absolutely, and still manages to keep his rating quite high up.
Exactly, yeah. Even though now he's I think he's only playing like Bundesliga. Yeah. He doesn't really play like open tournaments anymore. Maybe just some of the leagues and especially Bundesliga.
Yeah.
And coaching so many top players as well. And one of them was Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah, one of them was Fabiano Caruana, and in recent times, Naiditsch Abdusattorov.
Yeah.
And Arjun Erigaisi as well.
Oh, Arjun.
Yeah.
Ah, I see. This information I didn't know before.
Oh, okay. So they have been working for a few years now, Rustam and Arjun. I think since sometime around 2022.
This is a very okay. This question come into my mind. Like, do you think that there's some specific approach that the ex-Soviet players have that also can help your general repertoire in your chess? I'm not talking about opening, but just like a general approach. And that I can see this approach has been taken by so many top young players these days. For example, Pragnananda is working with Peter Svidler. You have a sense that they've been working with so many Indian players, right? But also you want to have this like Soviet approach in your repertoire. Not only that, but also, for example, Magnus Carlsen, he included Dubov in some of his preparation matches, right?
Right.
So is it really necessary, or how to come up with a better question? It's like they have a particular style that you would like to incorporate to your approach.
My honest answer is that I think it's largely individual in the sense that, let's say the names like Peter Svidler and Daniel Dubov, they are both from Russia, but they have wildly different approaches and ways on how they work and the things that they incorporate.
Yep.
So, I think I'm not really sure how much in common they have when we talk about the Soviet chess school. Yes, I mean the Soviet chess school exists, and in the future we might have an Indian chess school, for instance. But what I do know is, if we let's say take India, each coach, everyone has their very unique and individual ways of working.
Yeah.
And so as such, it's very hard to find something in common which connects and makes it a chess school as a whole. So as such, I'm not sure how much the impact is just from the region of the chess school, as opposed to the more of, I think the individual characteristics of the coach itself is what actually makes the change.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. Yeah, but these days, most of the approaches, they are very universal. Like right now, I cannot tell if this player is coming from a Soviet chess school or Chinese chess school.
Absolutely.
Back then, like in the 90s, we can tell, this is very principled. This should be coming from the Soviet. Without looking at the players' names, right?
Yes.
And then some other, this is looking like from Southeast Asian chess of school, if there is such a thing, because we in Southeast Asia, Indonesia, Philippines, Vietnam, we like all this
Very
aggressive,
tactical, yeah,
very
yeah.
tactical, very aggressive. But these days, we cannot really pinpoint such style anymore because most of the players, they're very, they're very versatile and very universal in their approach.
Yeah, and there's also democratization of where they learn from, because everyone uses Stockfish, everyone uses the
That's
chess
right.
playing platforms.
Right.
So it's not just learning from a few selected humans that you can interact with.
Yeah.
And I think that also makes things more universal and more uniform.
Yeah, in a way, or shorter word, Lichess gives a big impact to most of the players these days.
Absolutely. No
Okay.
questions about it.
All right, let's also see other games on the top 10 boards. I think we haven't really touched this game. It's between Parham Maksudlu versus Idani Puya. The reason is it's still very much a game, but it's been very calm in comparison to other games on the top 10 board. So that's why I wasn't really touching it so much about this.
You say calm, but I see a lot of tension brewing up. Firstly, it came from a calm opening. It started with 1 d4, d5, c4, and here Idani took d takes c4, which is the queen's gambit accepted. But here white has largely two different ways to play. One is with e3, the other is with e4, and white went for this direct option with e4. Black responded with e5, and now after knight f3, bishop b4 check, knight c3. This reaches a very topical variation of black plays knight to f6, knight into e5, and b5. This didn't quite happen in the game. Instead, black played e into d4, knight into d4, and after knight d7, bishop into c4, knight f6. We didn't quite reach these wild, exciting positions, but there is still a strategic imbalance which was induced, particularly after black took bishop into c3. So here white has the pair of bishops, and in a way these positions are also, we see similar strategic battles in the Nimzo-Indian positions where black takes on bishop into c3 and gives white the pair of bishops. And what this has done is, as a result, white has the pair of bishops and dark squares after queen c3, which is the live position. White has the dark square bishop, and black has these knights and the d4 square. So in a way, there is strategic imbalance. There is a little bit of superiority for white on the king side, sort of similar to what we saw in the Salem Sankalp Gupta game in the previous round, the 5th round. White can take control of the d4 square, try and take his knight towards d5 or f5. So there's a lot of strategic imbalance happening, and a bit of background on the tournament situation of the players. I see Idani wearing a very thick jacket, and someone also told me he was not feeling well in the previous game. Yeah, Karthikeyan, his opponent from the 5th round, he told me he was not feeling well, Idani, and he said that was also a potential factor in him continuing on with the game when they were repeating. Of course, Karthikeyan would have continued regardless because the position was slightly better. But he said he was very tempted. He was like, he wanted to make a draw and go into the rest day. But he was like, okay, so I had to try because I was slightly better and my opponent was also not in his best shape. So I really had to go for it.
Right. Well, okay. I wish him a speedy recovery if he's really feeling unwell, because I mean the tournament is we still have 3.5 rounds to go. Yeah, being now round number 6, but then we have 3 more games to go, and hopefully the rest day yesterday was very useful for him, because then he could try to recover as quickly as he can. But just by looking at the video, it looks like they're brothers. Just one of them wear glasses and one doesn't.
That's a very interesting observation. I mean, they're certainly teammates. They have played together in the Iranian team for at least the last 2 Olympiads from 2022, and probably they have been playing in the Olympiad from much before. Parham also came into the Olympiad team quite early on, and I was also excited by the opening choice, Irene, the Queen's Gambit accepted, because that's the topic for my next course as well,
Oh,
which I've completed, but which might be published sometime next year.
I see. Oh, can I get,
Of
the
course,
free
of course,
access to
of
it?
course, of course. You don't even need to ask. You just need to
Oh.
send your email ID.
Whoa. I'm gonna clip this voice, and then remind you next when it is released. Srinath, you promised me that. Yeah. Wow. Okay. That's amazing. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah. Looking forward to your new course. And by the way, we have a move, I guess, on this
Yeah,
one.
knight c6, the knight going towards d4, and Parham also instantly responding with bishop e3, is it? I don't know. I'm just guessing based on looking at the position.
Queen c3. Oh,
No,
Queen c3. Sorry,
yeah,
no, sorry. Knight c6. Yeah, I think it was something around the third rank. Yeah, I agree.
Oh,
Rook
rook d1.
d1. Rook d1.
Rook d1 attacking the queen and preparing. So the d4 square is the contention, yeah, the
Yes.
battle for which they are playing towards. It's a strategic spot, and white has this rook. Sorry, black has this rook, queen, and the pawn supporting it. And white also brings his third piece, and on the next move he will also bring a fourth piece to take control of the d4 square, and all these factors will prevent black from putting the knight on d4 there. Also curious, why didn't white take bishop into h6 here? Why is this? Because of knight d4, exactly. Knight d4 prevents the queen on c3 from looking at the
Sorry.
f6 knight.
Could it also be I just take on h6 and then queen f6, queen d2?
Could be, yeah. Queen into f6, queen d2 also is very tempting, and also I think wins a piece.
There is bishop d1, but I mean, I don't mind giving up a pawn like that because look at the position, right?
Yeah,
I mean, bishop
yeah,
c4 as
exactly.
well.
Yeah. Bishop c4, bishop c4, there's queen c6, and the calculation goes on. But like you pointed out, yes, it makes white's position really passive. And I mean, generally, when Stockfish agrees with it, who am I to argue against it?
I would continue with king h7 and rook g8. I don't know. It's just something that maybe you have rook f2, but I mean this position is game on. It's I don't mind giving up a pawn like that because eventually the pawn on c4 will fall anyway. So I think that's pretty much a straightforward approach.
Right. And going back to the position we have on the board, I see Dani has also made a move, knight to d4.
Knight d4, yeah.
And Parham has taken knight into d4. So quite a few moves since we came here.
So
C takes d4
d4
also,
is almost
yeah.
almost sure. And now, okay, the question is where does the queen go? Yeah, maybe a3.
With the intention to play bishop b2 and bishop g4, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, eventually bishop b2 has to come. So queen can go to a3 from here. It can go to a light square like b3 or c2, to keep the c4 pawn protected. Kind of dividing labor between the queen and the bishop. Like the queen says, okay, I take care of the light square. You go to b2 and attack the d4 pawn. And the queen can also go to d2 where it provides added power towards the d4 pawn. So I think a lot of different options with the queen for Parham here.
Yeah. So do you think black will be able to hold the d4 pawn? Because it looks like with the help of the dark square bishop, it's going to be very hard to defend the pawn.
So the pawn is certainly not going to be held for such a long time. But black will be able to get the c4 pawn in return, I think.
Right.
So this is what is the likely outcome of this strategic battle between both the sides.
And when the dust settled, as in both of the pawns will eliminate on the board, then the position will remain equal, yeah?
Yeah, it will remain equal, but white will try and eke out a slight advantage because of his bishop. And that's, I think, what is going to be the battle about. Very close to equal, but if anyone is better, it's white, and he can try and keep pressing and try and get the maximum out of this small advantage.
Yeah, definitely. But who is not having an equal position right now, and we already spent some time on his game before, it's Tabatabai, who is actually having a slightly better position, and actually not slightly, it's almost thick. I think the advantage is quite thick. It's 1.5 for Tabatabai.
Wow. So we left at around this point, yeah, and I think it
After knight d4.
yeah,
yes.
after knight d4, and pretty much the variations that we were showing after rook h1,
Yep.
queen f6, bishop d4, knight f4 check, king f1, e takes d4, knight e2, everything came on the board. Black went knight to g6 here, white went f4, also what you pointed out at that time, c6 with the idea of d5, trying to neutralize the light square bishop, bishop to b3, protecting against it. Black goes d5 anyhow because his intention is more to, prevent white from playing f5 rather than anything else. And if white does not take e takes d5 to control the f5 square, then the bishop on b3 is stifled for the moment. And white goes f3. For now, he's protecting the e4 pawn, strengthening the center, keeping the tension on d5. But he's actually intending also king f2,
King
rook
f2,
g1.
rook g1. Yeah, this was the very idea that we talked about before, that involving the g file that could be double edged. And now it seems like Tabatabai has turned things around to his favor, because before, right, we saw that the king on g2 was very exposed. It could be the target of attack, but turns out after a few moves, after a good few moves, now the table has turned.
Yep, absolutely. The tables have turned. And Tabatabai has been having a difficult last month in terms of his chess performance. He's actually lost 30 rating points.
Wow,
So,
30.
yeah, from Uzbekistan to here. But seems to be turning tables not just in his game, but his tournament performance as well. He won a nice game yesterday, and he's also having a very nice position today.
Yeah. It looks like white is in the driver's seat, but he still has to be careful because he only has 20 minutes left on the clock, and he still has to make another 19 moves.
But he realizes that, yeah, you can see he came back to the board now. I think pretty much after you told him that he has to be careful, he literally returned back to the board, and now you see him wrapped with attention,
Right, yeah.
fully focused.
Yeah, if any of the players can listen to me, yeah, I think they would be doing so great in the tournament.
Absolutely.
All right, Srinath, I think it's also time for us to take our next break while the players are, they're almost in the time scramble situation. Well, for some players, they're actually in time scramble, but let's take a quick break, and after the break, we'll come back with a lot of actions on the top 10 board. So stay tuned.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواب. رد يا أبو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا هنا. ايش رباعسك؟
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواه. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
I love you.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
دم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواب. رد يا أبو نسب.
كيف صوت العيال؟
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي الأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
And welcome back everyone to the sixth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open, and we are still pretty much in action of all games, especially in the top board. We are going back to see what's happening in the game between Irene Erigaisi versus David Paravyan, because we have some of the moves on the board and we predicted right, because now Arjun has taken back the pawn on b5 with the c pawn, and therefore allowing all sort of counter chances.
Absolutely, yeah. So this is what I was pointing towards: a takes b5, c takes b5 indeed happening, and here black found a way to solve his problem with bishop to e6 followed by bishop to d5, protecting the d5 knight and also creating an avenue for his queenside pieces to come into. Arjun played the pawn to a5, trying to create an outside passed pawn in the middle game. Black played the pawn to g6, bringing his dark square bishop into the game. And now Irene, exactly your creative idea with rook to a3 to develop the rook into the game. And this is the present position that we have, with the game seriously heating up. A very interesting situation here for both the players. And if you see, actually, Paravyan has caught up a bit with the time as well. Arjun has also spent a lot of time to get here. He has only 21 minutes remaining for the 19 moves. But despite that, for the remaining 21 moves, a move per minute. But despite that, David has even lesser time. He has only 14 minutes remaining for the 21 moves. And the game is just starting to heat up.
Yeah. I mean, look at the imbalance in this position. As you speak, I'm still trying to figure out what is going to be the best move in black in this position. Of course, one of the most natural moves that I would think about is bishop h6. But then playing bishop h6 will also leave the pawn on c5 hanging. So I don't think that is actually the best approach, because after bishop h6, maybe you just take the knight on e4, followed by queen takes c5. But then if it's not bishop h6, what else can be played? Maybe knight d7?
Yeah, absolutely. Knight d7 is the first move that I would look at in this position, because that's what we are trying to do as black, right? We are trying to develop all our pieces, solve this problem. But maybe this is also what white is anticipating, and that is why he has positioned himself with a5 and rook a3 on the last two moves to react to knight d7 with a6, so that he has a dangerous advanced pass pawn on the a5.
This is totally very complex. Even if this happens, this is not the end of the world for black. In fact, maybe this is what black is actually in favor of, because after a6 and b6, at least you can sigh a breath of relief there, because the queen side has been closed. And even though the e-file bar doesn't agree with black, but I mean, this is some sort of thinking that you can actually incorporate in your calculation, because when the queen side is closed, you can divert all your attention to the center and to the king side. To be honest, Srinath, if there is no evaluation bar in this position, I might have a little fear for white in this position.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Irene. Even with the evaluation bar, the fear is valid, I think,
Yes.
because your king is never safe. And as long as your king is not safe, the position always has an element of danger. Because in such situations, it only takes one move for things to turn around.
Exactly.
One little attack against your king and it's game over.
Yeah, exactly. And we've seen this in some of the games also, maybe not too drastic as to lose the game, but at least you lose all your advantage and then you have to fight back in order to get or to save the day. And now we still are on the move after rook a3. I think knight d7 is a very good candidate move for David Paravyan here. But instead of knight d7, what else can be done?
So instead of knight d7, another direct move that you can think of is c4, attacking the a3 rook, and also potentially creating options with bishop b4. But I'm guessing the computer doesn't like this because white can just take knight into c4. Or no.
Rook h3 maybe.
Yeah, rook h3 first. Rook h3 first, and then you take one of these pawns.
Yeah, yeah. So although pushing the pawn like that looks very good for black, but it's not coming without any risk. So that's why I think David Paravyan here has to think quite long, but he doesn't have much time on the clock anyway. 11 minutes for the remaining moves until the second period of time control. So he has to come up with some practical moves, not only the coming up one, but also for the next few moves.
Absolutely. He has to come up with practical solutions.
Yep.
And but he's someone who could very well be up to it. Like a lot of other young players, he's also very proficient in the faster formats. He plays online a lot, and yeah, so we are moving into a zone where it is going towards something which might be a phase where both the players are proficient with less time. But there's also a difference in starting with 20 minutes and getting into a position where your opponent has 20 minutes and you have only 10 minutes. There's a lot of difference. And also there is a difference that this kind of a wild complexity, you might not necessarily be aiming for such positions. And of course, one of the major differences is it's so hard to switch your thinking style, you know, like your long form thinking involves a lot of calculations, whereas your short form thinking involves a lot of quick decision making using intuition, and it's so hard to switch from this to that in during the game in such situations.
Exactly. And also the ticking of the clock, you know, it gives you some additional pressure into your calculation, because I think if somehow Paravyan here has more time on the clock, he might, you know, come up with some complex calculation that ensures the dynamic play of the position. But maybe for now, for him, it is wiser to come up with a practical solution that could simplify the position a lot. So then, therefore, for the next few moves, he wouldn't have to think as much for his moves.
Absolutely. Well put there, Irene. A proficient calculation does help you play the next few moves much quicker. But let's see what David is able to come up with here. Meanwhile, I think we have a couple of significant updates in some of the other games, right? One of the games is the game between Daneshvar against Salem.
Yep. Major update on that position, because it has turned into, I wouldn't recognize the initial opening, when we are landing on the current position. And where we have left, it was a move after knight e4, I guess.
Yeah, we left it a long time ago. And this is where we actually saw bishop d7 from black. Like it has been happening so far, Salem did indeed play the move that you predicted. Queen went to c2. And here, instead of queen to c7, defending the e5 pawn, he instead went knight e to c6 with the same idea, defending the pawn. White did put his knight on d6, attacking the c4 pawn. Black defended bishop e6. White went h4 and h5, creating the f5 weakness. But black didn't mind it, because after knight f5, he had this light square bishop. He could just trade this knight. Queen takes f5 happened. Now rook to e8. Knight h2, the deadly threat of bishop to e4. The queen threatening to enter into the light squares. The black queen coming into the defense with queen to c8, neutralizing the white queen on f5. The white queen moved back to a square which it had earmarked for the bishop, and now black moves in with knight to d4 first, and then the knight to b3 next. This led to a situation where black got this connected pass pawns, which we are looking at right now in the live position. The queen moved back, it was attacked. Black defended the c4 pawn with queen e6. Bishop f3 protecting the e2 pawn, but it doesn't save the c5 pawn, which was also hanging. So black took it, became a pawn up. And after rook b5, attacking the knight, black just defended it with b6. Bishop to g4, attacking the queen just moves to d5. And at this point, black is the pawn up for sure, and black also has superior piece placement. Took me a few seconds to be sure that black is a pawn up because of the asymmetrical nature of the pawn structure. But yeah, black is a pawn up, and also with superior piece placement. So very impressive play by Salem so far.
Yeah. This is exactly when good preparation is combined with good positional play, and the resulting position, even though it is opposite colored bishop, but we have talked about this in lengthy discussion in the other previous rounds as well, that in this type of middle game, it's just going to be very dangerous for both sides, especially those who have more inferior bishop. And in this position, Daneshvar is really in trouble, not only about the material balance, but also to come up with all the ideas just to, keep the game alive. It's going to be very, very hard. And now, are we seeing a repetition there?
Well, white can try, but I don't think Salem would go for queen d5 if Daneshvar repeats. I think he will move the queen somewhere else. I was thinking queen e4 first, but then you take the c4 pawn, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
So this is indeed what has been offered to Salem. There is I think maybe d3, f5 white can take it, yeah? Then you want to take on e2.
Yes. But I think Salem just played queen d5 again. Am I mistaken?
No, you're not.
And bishop. D3, okay. I was really hoping that this doesn't come with a trifold repetition, because the position, of course, Salem will not go there. It's just, but he successfully scared me a little bit there. Oh, d3. So let's see a few moves with a concrete approach. Bishop takes d5, d takes c2, and then can I take one of the pawns, like bishop takes c4, for example? Yeah, I like it. And then the c2 pawn should be the winning pawn, but how are you going to use that?
Yeah, that's exactly the question, Irene. But there is also another element in this position, which bizarrely, this rook on b5 has not a lot of good squares to go to. So apart, for now, I can just keep this pawn on one side and attack your rook with a6.
And after rook b4?
It's the only square that you can go to. And now I'll not play a5 and allow you to go rook b5, but instead I'll play the pawn to b5, attacking your bishop. If your bishop moves away from this diagonal, then I'll take the e2 pawn. If your bishop stays here with something like bishop d3,
you can just take it.
Exactly. Or maybe start with a5 first and just push your rook out from the b file. It has no square. If you take on b5, then I take on d3.
Take on d3, rook takes b8, rook takes b8, e takes d3, and bishop b2 maybe, or even rook b1. Choose whichever you want, or even rook c8 first.
Yeah, exactly. So this is the problem that white has in this position. The problem is the rook on b5, and a6 and b5 ensures that this rook on b5 is out of the game, and the bishop on c4 is also dislodged.
Wow, Salem has been playing really, a very. I like how he plays on his games. He solved everything in the opening, and in the opening it always gives him some time advantage, whereas in the middle game he would have more time on his clock than his opponent, and therefore I think he would come up with. You see, when you come out of the opening without any problem, just straight out of your preparation, you feel clean.
Yeah,
that's what I feel whenever I have okay, I got my preparation works out in the game. I come clean in the middle game with fresh mind, and then knowing that for sure my position is not inferior at all, right? It's already a very good point to start with. And then from then, you just get all your creativity in the middle game. And then with some time advantage, you can pressurize your opponent, just like what Salem is doing right now.
Absolutely. And ultimately, chess is a game of nerves. There's
Yes.
a lot of nerves involved. So your opening preparation coming on board, it actually it calms down your nerves by a lot of by a long distance, because you know that things are under control.
Yes,
And when things
yeah.
are under control, you feel a lot less nerves.
Yeah, totally. Yes. Sometimes you're not actually asking much, right? You just want to have the control of the game so that you can start from that point, because that is also the nerves that sometimes you try to anticipate before you actually start the first move, whether the game will go to which direction, unexpectedly to an unfamiliar position. That's when you feel a bit shaky.
Yeah, absolutely. And in general, I think this feeling of control, it makes a massive difference in making us feel safe.
Yes, and who is in control right now is Salem after the pawn moving to d3. Now Daneshvar just played queen a2. So now let's investigate this position again. What Salem should come up with after queen a2.
So I was quickly looking at a variation involving, so the queen is attacked. I moved to d7, attack the b5 rook. And then my intention was, if you take on c4 to support the rook, I'll take on e2. And now if you take on e2, I'll play rook to e4 to attack your queen. And the queen has no square from where it can defend the e2 bishop. But white has this intermediate move with d4. And this solves the problems for white to a temporary extent. So this is still a very nice position for black, but maybe black can also explore other options before jumping into this variation, seeing that it's not an immediate win. Now, if it's an immediate win, it makes sense to go for it directly. But if it's not an immediate win, you can consider queen e6, you can consider queen d4, and any other moves that you have in mind, Irene?
Yeah, I'm still stuck calculating on queen d7 because I always like a direct approach. Yes, queen d7, queen takes c4, and whether we're missing anything, or maybe this is just enough to win anyway, that after taking on e2, bishop takes e2 here, and then rook e4. I actually don't mind going into this line, and after d4, I can think about taking d4 with the bishop.
Centralizing all the pieces. And white has to, I think, go queen c2 to stay alive. And yeah, I mean, this position is just fantastic for black. It's a massive advantage. You even have maybe threats of ideas like queen h3 to consider,
Or I can also just play slow. I'll bring another rook to the board by playing rook be8, just being very principled and just enjoy the position. Because white is really in trouble right now. Black doesn't have any risk at all.
Absolutely. And are we missing, is there an improvement for white after rook e4? Is there can I just take the knight?
Yeah, that's probably the move that we should look at. But okay, take the queen, and rook takes b8, and then rook. Oh, if rook e8, then there is bishop b5. That's you have to watch out for this.
Right.
And therefore, if you play king h7, there's bishop f5 maybe.
Bishop where?
Sorry, not bishop f5, bishop g4. But then rook takes g4. So maybe just still play bishop. I don't know which one to play. Like just pretty much keep the bishop alive so that the last square. Even like a move like bishop d2. Sorry, bishop d1.
Yeah, I saw bishop d1, but then I thought queen into d2 to prevent bishop c2 from happening.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Which is again possible, by the way. It's bishop d1 is also possible. Bishop f3 is also possible. And these kinds of positions, they are of course massive advantage for black, but they can also be tricky to convert with the opposite color bishops. Computer really loves this position for black, but in a practical game they can still be quite tricky to convert because a lot of threats that white can create on the light squares black does not have an equivalent bishop to neutralize them.
Right. So what Salem might be thinking right now is to find a cleaner solution to this position, because I think both players can sense it, that this position is better for black, and black has all the options to continue the game in which direction. So one of them is like this, but can we look another option apart from what we saw?
Absolutely. So queen e2, and this is the live position that we have. So what else can black play here apart from queen d7?
Yeah, let's keep an eye on c4 pawn. So let's move the queen to e6, for example.
Exactly. I think also it makes sense from a practical perspective to always look for the simplest solution to the problem, because that also saves you a lot of time.
Yeah.
So queen to a6 protects the c4 pawn. It keeps an eye on the e2 pawn. And if white tries to repeat again with bishop g4, now black can play f5, because the queen is no longer keeping an eye on the f5 point. So this would be bad for white. Now, apart from bishop g4, white, the e pawn is attacked. So e3 is one option, e takes d3 is another option. Let's look at it one by one. E takes d3. Now for black, both c takes d3 and knight takes d3 is tempting, but by process of elimination, I think it has to be c takes d3, because knight into d3, there is simply bishop to d5, winning the c4 pawn. So black has to take c takes d3, but okay. So this is also not great because of potential, not clear to me actually. It's not clear. Firstly, e takes d3, just that both knight into d3 and c into d3 being imprecise is, I think, it's not. Oh, okay. A6 is the move, I guess.
Yeah, I think a6. And after rook b4?
After rook b4, now you can take, because rook into c4 is knight e5.
Yeah. Rook c2?
So the knight on h2 is protecting the f3 bishop. I missed this. So knight b2 is the move then.
Yeah. Yeah, trying to disconnect the queen and the rook. It's such a cute move actually, because the rook c2 is no longer an option here, and then you just win on the spot.
So a6 is the important little intermezzo, yeah, but okay, it was also not difficult to see this, not impossible to see this. And after e into d3, there's a6. But if white plays something like e3, then here I think black should just be very easily dominating. Again, same move a6, push the rook back, and then just strengthen your position in one of
with b5. Yeah, just play slow. I think it also works.
Yeah,
you don't have. I mean, look at the bishop on g7, and your pawn structure. It's like that. It's the dream for the bishop to work on different color of your pawns.
Absolutely. So I guess this should be the direction in which black should continue.
Right. And meanwhile, we also have major updates on the game between Raja Rithvik versus Esipenko. We left it early in the opening stage, and now it looks like Esipenko is better.
Yeah, seems like he's made some very serious progress. He's managed to exert enormous pressure on the white pieces, and clearly something has gone wrong for white, because these pawns on e5 and e4, they are double pawns, but they actually control very important squares.
Very strong double pawns, and I guess this, especially this year, I can see that it has been a trend of top players just voluntarily doubling up their pawns, especially the center pawns. And I can see it's been very successful in many games. And I think one of the games could be this one.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess that's kind of how people also learn from each other. When you have examples, it adds to the understanding, and then it becomes pretty easy to replicate. And Esipenko is continuing his very impressive run in this tournament. He had a very nice win against Surya earlier. Some very solid, hard-fought draws. One against Arkady Naiditsch, and another one against Daneshvar, but they are very interesting games. And now he has a slightly lower rated opponent. In fact, Rithvik is, I think, the only non-2600 player in the top 7 boards, and definitely among those with 4 points and higher. And he seems to be very motivated to take his chances and try and go towards the leaderboard.
Yeah, definitely. Because, well, I think Esipenko is also one of the favorites to win the event. Of course, this is still a bit too early to tell anything because we still have 3 rounds to go, and all the leaders, they are just very close to each other. We have 2 leaders with 4.5 and 6 players tailing behind by half a point, lower with 4 points. It's anything can still happen at this stage.
Absolutely. Anything can happen. And again, once again, to remind the viewers, it's not just the $25,000 first prize at stake in the A tournament, but also the FIDE circuit spot in stake. And right now, the leader of the FIDE circuit is Fabiano Caruana, the world number 2. But Arjun Erigaisi, the world number 4 and the world number 5, and the second seeded player in this tournament, Naiditsch Abdusattorov, very much in contention with the FIDE circuit, and a win here would make a major improvement in their chances to qualify to the 2026 candidates.
Yeah, I know you already gave the interview of the whole calculation, but can you remind our viewers again, if Arjun wins this tournament outright, and if Arjun wins this tournament shared with other players?
So if Arjun wins this tournament outright, he simply overtakes Fabiano. And I think he overtakes him by 1 point. In which case, the culminating point for the story would be at New York, the World Rapid and Blitz, in the last week of December.
Right.
And if Arjun gets shared first, then it depends on how many people he's sharing it with. But in either case, that would bring him within striking distance of Fabiano.
Yeah.
And still their results in the World Rapid and Blitz in New York will have an effect on who's the first player to book a spot in the 2026 candidates.
Yeah.
So this is basically the fight towards being the first player to book their spot. And I think that can also be, quite useful, that if you're assured of a candidate spot in 2024, you can go through the whole year of 2025 not worrying about it.
Yes, that's true. Yeah. So yeah, that's very much important, for the related players in this tournament, especially for Arjun Erigaisi and Abdusattorov Nordirpak. Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, still about 3 rounds to go after this, and Arjun is actually looking good to retain or to get into the leadership of the FIDE circuit points. Let's take a look what's happening on his game, because there have been some updates on the move, and it's looking like White's position is improving.
Yeah, absolutely, Irene. It looks like White's position is improving, but also the position continues to be chaotic. And in fact, after Rook A3, Black did play the pawn to C4. This was the position where we were considering this, and we thought it's not great after Rook H3. And it indeed was not great, because White managed to win a pawn after knight into E4, F into E4. First Rook G3, defending the G2 bishop, pushing the queen a bit away. And now Arjun takes the pawn on D4. But the position still remains wildly chaotic. But another massive factor, which is in favor of Arjun, and particularly in this situation, is the time factor.
Wow. David is having only about 1 minute left on the clock, and he still has to make how many moves?
17
moves,
actually.
17 moves, exactly. 17 moves. Also, this position is far from simple. Now, as Black, you would like to think quickly about taking on F5 with either the rook or the bishop. Also, you know me very well. I'd like to get some tactics. So C3 might be also coming to my mind with the idea of bishop B3. Yeah, that would be nice to have it. But again, the position is just very, very messy.
Yeah, very, very messy, and we don't actually have to wait such a long time. Yeah, there we see Rook into A5 on the board from David, which is also the strongest move according to the Stockfish. So he still stays very much in the game, and the onus is on Arjun now to try and find some way to not just set up problems for Black, but also solve his problems against potential threats like C3 coming into the game.
I was actually thinking a move thinking about a move like bishop h3. I just want to attack the queen. But then my first reaction would be, how if black plays c3 in his position, sacrificing a queen like that? And then after that, it might look like, it's chaos. It's chaos. You can see the position after bishop
Oh,
takes
we have a
takes.
result, by the way. I'm
Oh.
really sorry to interrupt you, but
Yep.
the game between Tabatabai and Pranesh, as we anticipated, has ended with a win for Tabatabai due to his brilliant initiative on the g5.
Yeah, I think I'd like to come back to this game later just to see how it was finished. But for the time being, the time situation of David Paravyan is something that we have to focus on. It looks like, you could see from the body language as well, like he's very much in the nerves situation. And Arjun, on the other hand, he is in the borderline between, I want to play a good game, a clean move, but also at the same time, I'm sure he realized his opponent's time situation. He might, try to take advantage out of it.
Yeah, Arjun is one of the most unpleasant players when you have time trouble. I mean, when you have time trouble, it's already an unpleasant situation by itself.
Yep.
But Arjun is also a master in flagging his opponents, I would say, to put it bluntly. And he comes up with these very annoying and unpleasant problems, which are exactly tailored to, it's not necessarily the strongest move in the position, but it's tailored to take advantage of the limited time that the opponent has.
Yep. But okay, in this position, again, it's very chaotic, it's very messy. Arjun himself has to be careful not to fall into like one move trap, yeah? Because it's very easy for you when you see like, oh, my opponent has only 1 minute left on the clock, it's time to play faster. But hey, your king is also, prone to a lot of attack in the background.
Yeah. So let's say I play rook e3 here with the idea of bishop into e4. So I'm keeping my bishop on g2 very consciously, because after bishop h3, if the queen moves away, then the question is, how does white make further inroads towards black's king? And one of the ways to make further inroads towards black's king is through the e file. So rook to e3 attacks the e4 pawn and threatens bishop into e4.
And now after c3?
After c3, I thought white should be able to take on e4.
Okay.
But, no, the rook a1 check.
Yeah,
and,
that's my intention.
Right. So after c3, then this is not easy.
Probably. Okay. I didn't see any of can you just take on c3?
Exactly. That's what I was also thinking, because after bishop to b3,
then rook e4 is there.
there's
Yeah,
rook e4.
Yeah.
Rook a1 is protected by the bishop on c3.
Right. That's very important, by the way. Yeah.
Yeah. But do we have a move
We
on
do. We do.
Yeah.
And
Bishop to c3.
Bishop c3 immediately, followed by queen d6.
And bishop c3, very sensible move again. You just prevent any ideas related to c3. And black with queen d6 not just protects the bishop on b4, but also guards against white's threats by keeping the option of a discovered check open.
And by the way, David played the queen d6 move with only 4 seconds left on the clock. So it shows how complex this position is.
King
And
c1.
Arjun just played something. King c1.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think rightly so, because you would also like to get your other rook to the center. And by playing king c1 as well, you're just stepping away from any possible discovery check.
Once again, just 34 seconds for David. And with that, he takes rook into b5. So he takes one more pawn, keeps his position safe for the moment, but the computer is slowly edging towards Arjun's favor. Bishop a3 check is the threat, Irene.
Oh, I didn't see that.
So bishop a3 check is a threat, and how do we
take the
utilize
bishop?
it?
Take the bishop.
Just take the bishop.
Yeah, I think just take the bishop. And how do you take it back? And there's no more check, because thanks to the rook on g3, maybe now it's better to take on e4 since there's no check.
Yeah, this is indeed the strongest move in this position. Let's see if Arjun is able to make the strongest move, but it's not actually difficult to see these moves by itself, since there's nothing against it. It just looks scary. It looks very scary though. I mean, I wouldn't say it just looks scary, but it looks very scary. But the advantage after taking this is black simply doesn't have a check.
Yeah, exactly. And now after bishop takes e4, white can have all the checking ideas.
Exactly. And the queen takes e4 coming with a check also works in favor of white. And then this rook can join in
He
with the
took
rook.
it. Bishop takes b4 is already on the board, and now David has to decide how to recapture the bishop, with the queen or with the rook. If with the queen, we saw the likely scenario of what will happen with bishop takes e4, but also if rook takes, I think bishop takes e4 is still the move to play.
Absolutely, because the queen f4 check, there's rook e3, and otherwise, again, no checks for black.
Yes, queen takes b4 already on the board, and now let's see if Arjun will follow it up with bishop takes e4. And
I think he will.
He will, yeah. You mentioned it yourself. I mean, these moves will somehow, could be found by itself, because there's nothing much going on the board. As in, all the candidate moves are there for you to find, and then the most practical approach for white, and also, luckily, also the best move on the board is bishop takes e4.
Yeah, and also Arjun generally finds these moves which involves taking pawns. If it was sacrificing a pawn, I would think if Arjun will find it, but there he has his hand on his head, poised towards striking the e4 pawn like a cobra.
Yeah, I just would like to note as well in this particular game the importance of development. We can see the knight on b8 is not into the game. It hasn't been moved from the start until the present time, right?
Yes, it hasn't been moved at all, and this problem was something we flagged right at the beginning, how black develops the queenside pieces, and black just didn't have time to be able to solve it at all, which is one of the dangers that comes with. So he goes for c3. Which again sets up deadly threats against white, but white is able to, I think, just capture on g6 with a check and then take rook into c3.
Yeah, that would be the most practical approach. But again, it's always beneficial when you have more time on the clock, because this type of situation, black would just try to mud the water as much as he can, because he simply doesn't have time on the clock to think for, like more reasonable moves. But c3 here, if Arjun is not careful, then it might set a trap into Arjun's king. But again, bishop takes g6 comes with a check. This should be the first move that Arjun calculates, and then followed by rook takes c3, and somehow Arjun will find himself in a very safe position with the king. Should there is queen f4, you have at least e3, and then there shouldn't be any more checks.
Yeah, and also, I mean, the tricky spot for black to be in a position like this is after bishop to g6, where do you move your king?
Exactly, yeah. Wherever your king moves, there might be some checkmating ideas. Unless, I think, you move your king to d8, but still, rook c3 comes with another blow on c8. So this is not also a very ideal square for the king.
And I think here we might finally see the knight on
Knight
d8.
finally going to c6, yeah?
Yeah. I think this can happen. So he's taken the pawn with bishop into g6 check. And now this is a very nasty situation to be in as black. You have only like 30-40 seconds, and okay, so you have like he's made his move. Where did the king go? e7?
That looks like on the 7th rank.
Yeah,
looks to me it's 7th rank. We'll have the move very soon. E7, yes.
Interesting. Very curious choice of the king going into the center, and David has been. He's been notably playing much faster.
Of course, he has to, right?
Yeah, he has to, but he also didn't wait till going to the last seconds before make his moves. It would be a mistake to take queen into c3 here from Arjun because of rook c5.
Rook c5, yes.
So I think rook into c3 is the only move, unless he considers something like rook e3
rook
check.
e3, yeah. I was about to ask what happens after rook e3 first, and then because the king, I don't think the king can cross to the f file because there's queen f5.
Yes.
So it's either you close it or you block this check with bishop e6, or put the king to the d file.
Eventually, I think this is a safe square for the king, the d8 square. And I think Arjun has to take on c3 one way or another. So he does take on
He
c3.
just immediately take it without rook e3.
And I expect knight c6 on the board as well.
Yeah, I think so too. It's time for the knight to participate in the game, and I think no better time than now.
I think the game is on, Irene, because the position, although the computer really loves the evaluation bar, and although white has more time, the black king is still not mated, and the white king is still unsafe.
That's true. That's true. If only white can try, somehow get the f1 rook into the play, and also David is not out of the woods yet with the time here.
And Arjun has also made a move which we'll have on the board in the next few seconds. Arjun is also playing fast now, yeah?
Yeah, I think he's just trying to take advantage of the time situation, knowing that David is he is the one
Queen
who
d2.
has to solve all the problems. Yeah, Queen d2.
Nice move.
What's the idea? Or rook e3 and then just exchange the queens.
Yeah, rook e3 is one idea. Queen g5 check related ideas also come into mind. And also it's a bit of a prophylaxis with the queen on c2. Black was threatening knight d4.
Knight d4, right.
So queen d2 takes care of that.
Yeah.
So it's a pretty strong move by Arjun.
Yeah, and also our viewers have to note that the bishop on g6 is protecting a very important square on b1.
Yeah.
Otherwise, it would have been mate in one.
Yeah, absolutely. That's a very important point. There are still mates in b1 possible, like just playing around for fun. Let's say black plays bishop e4 to create the threat. White takes on e4. Black takes with the queen.
And then, oops, you get rook e3.
Exactly.
You're pinning the queen, but...
You read my mind.
But the next move comes with a shock. Rook b1 checkmate.
Yeah. These are the situations where when I'm white, sometimes I try to argue, why can't I take the rook?
Yes.
Why can't we play the kings? But that's not possible. That's not how chess works.
Yeah, and now David has to solve all this problem with 20 seconds left on the clock. He played Queen a4. So, how to continue with white? Do we go for the kill to the king, or do we try to exchange the queens at some point?
So queen a1 check is the threat, Irene. I think there's no way to exchange queens. If it's possible, white would love to do it. But since it's not possible, he has to find ways to evacuate his king from this point. One idea is play the queen to g5 check. So let's say the king moves to any random square.
Yep.
And now play the rook to a safe square, rook to d1 for instance. So that when there's queen e1 check, you can go king to d2. And this ensures that for now, white is well protected, and after rook d1 there are also potential counter threats. And you can also bring in the bishop to c2 on the next move to further strengthen your defense.
Wow, yeah, I think this is one of the ways. Yeah, I like how you demonstrated this, Srinath, because in my mind I would always look for all the possible checks which might actually be advantageous for my opponent, because then the king can slowly go to a service square. So even though keep giving checks, it's very tempting, but yeah, you also have to think about your own defense.
Yeah, and if I could mate the king here, with a series of checks, I'd be very happy to do that. But I don't see a way to do it, and queen a1 and queen into f1 is a legit threat. Black's king is actually decently protected for now, considering that white is only attacking with one solo piece. And this is the reason why something like this can work.
Or can I try queen f6 just to see where do you
So
go?
queen f6 check, king c7.
And now queen e7.
So we have a move on the board, and I think it's queen e3 check.
Queen e3 check, okay.
So queen
Yes,
gives
queen
way
e3
for
check.
the king, but also stays within the reasonable danger.
But what happened after king f6, for example? Can we be brave and then get the king into action?
I mean, they're already
He
brave
did
and he's
it.
done it.
He did it. Yeah, king
But
f6.
now I think bishop to c2 But queen e1 check.
And king d2, yeah?
Yeah, king d2,
And there's
queen
no
into
more check.
f1.
King f1, and then now let's figure out the mate, yeah? Could be queen h6. Queen h6, I think. Where do you go? Oh, and rook a3 is there, so I think.
Is it? It's not queen e3. Is it rook e3 instead?
No, it was queen e3. Queen e3, king f6.
Yeah, queen e3, king f6. Sorry, yeah, it came on the board.
Yeah, we are on the right position.
Yeah.
And then if queen, yeah, and then
Rook
now rook
e3
e3.
here.
Yes. Yeah, this is also win. Oh, is it
Wild,
not?
wild complexities are in.
No,
Yeah,
very
yeah, yeah, yeah.
complex. Okay, so
Now let's see what Arjun plays. Yeah,
Okay.
queen e3 check, king f6. Let's see if he plays, because we don't have to wait for too long to see his move.
yes, bishop c2 already played by Arjun.
So queen a1 check and queen into f1, I think, has to happen. What has Arjun seen after that? Oh, Irene, I think you have to play queen f4 check, not queen h6.
Ah, that's right. Queen f4, I missed that. It's because I thought, queen f4 was not a move since there was a queen on a4, but I forgot the queen is now on f1. Queen a1 has already played by Paravyan, and now king
D2 will be
d2.
instantly
And I think
played.
he's gonna take the rook. He has to take a risk like this.
This is crazy. Arjun has just sacrificed a full rook, and knowing him, he wouldn't have done this without seeing anything concrete. So he has seen something for sure.
And very quick as well, right? We haven't actually figured out what to do after queen takes f1. I know that we have these two candidate moves, queen f4, queen h6. Of course, this type of moves comes naturally because you would like to try to give a checkmate after you sacrifice a full rook. And he did it. Queen f4 is now on the board.
Yeah, queen f4 keeps control because you also have this queen c7 check when the king goes to e7. Now, if the king goes to g7, it's a straightforward win. Rook
Yes.
g3 and queen h4 finishes off the game. So the king has to go to e7 by the process of elimination. Now, let's see what after king e7.
Queen
Here.
c7, I guess. Because you will not let the king to go to a safer side. You should stop it. Queen c7 and then the rook goes.
Okay, so queen c7.
Yep.
Now
You cannot play
I
king
come
e8.
back.
Yeah, you have to come back. And now I slowly bring my queen d6.
So
Yeah.
you slowly start bringing your queen
Towards the other side, towards the king side. This is where your king cannot hide.
bishop e6. There's rook f3 check, so I go king f7.
And then there is there is I have to think again. Probably can I play queen d7? In any case, if you play knight e7, I can think of taking the rook on b5.
Yes, and I go back to f6.
And now this is a tricky position. Now I have to leave it to Arjun to figure it out.
I know, right? It's still tricky.
It's still tricky. It could be queen f5 and then rook e3. But yeah, let's see which one that he will play. Oh, there's a move. Rook e3. Instead of queen c7, he chose to play rook e3.
Also keeps things under control, Irene. And actually, it's bishop e6 is the move which is not easy to figure out because king d7 there's bishop f5. King d8 there's queen d6.
Yes.
Followed by bishop f5. So bishop e6 is the only move that survives.
And queen
And
c7. Arjun made the right decision to play queen c7 just after rook e3. And now, yeah, you don't have this king dance anymore. You have to actually think about the wealth of the bishop on e6 because that's going to fall very, very soon.
Yeah, absolutely. And Arjun can even, just take the bishop with the queen and say that you don't have a check and I'm going to checkmate you in the next few moves.
Exactly. And everything is kind of like loose. The rook on b5, well, let's not start with it because, there's also some point maybe you can just keep giving series of checks and then getting yourself some extra material. But Arjun is going for the kill. He's going for the checkmate here.
Now you can visibly see in the body language of both the players. I think they understand what's going on. Arjun sees the win and David also sees the loss.
Yep. So in order to continue this position, what are you going to do? The king has to go to f6, I guess.
Yeah, the king has to go to f6 for sure. And against king f6, going queen f4 check goes to the same position after king e7.
Mm-hmm.
So you have to play rook f3 check.
Rook f3, yes.
Yeah,
And
king
then,
f6 on the board,
yes.
and I think rook f3 check now
Yeah,
will
rook
be played
f3.
by Arjun,
Yeah, exactly.
and he plays it.
He plays it. I think this is it. Do you think David will keep going on?
I think maybe for one more move, if at all he does, which has to be bishop f5 or rook f5. I think he'll keep going on because the inertia will just keep the momentum going.
Yeah, and he's reaching for something.
Okay, but king g5, queen g7 check is pretty much, I think, game over.
Or queen f4 as well.
Yes.
And did he do it? Oh, bishop f5. Bishop f5 is on the board.
Bishop f5, and now I think queen d6 check
Yep,
is the safest way to win.
exactly. Yeah, I can't even think about rook takes f5 first, but okay, that's very unnecessary. I can just play queen d6, and then somehow one of the pieces there, either the rook or the bishop, will fall. And I mean, still keeping the chance of mating the king at some point. Yeah, queen d6, where does the king go? If the king goes to g7, rook g3 is there, and then slowly I think the king will find himself in a mating situation.
Yes. But again, like we mentioned earlier, in these types of situations, you can also just take the bishop and say that you don't have a check.
But very uncharacteristic of Arjun and me. We will not go for this line. We will just, keep having our option towards the king. And Arjun is about to move. Let's see which one that he's going to play. Did he take? Bishop takes f5, was it?
Yeah,
Yeah.
he did.
Bishop takes f5, and now if rook takes f5, then you give all these checks, and then you capture, you will capture the rook f5 later for free.
Yes. And if not, there are the threats of bishop h3 check. I think now I wouldn't be surprised to see a resignation.
And it's very important as well, if there is rook b2 check, it's very important to have bishop c2. Otherwise, if the king moves anywhere, then the queen will give a check. So bishop c2, and then this should be game over. But we have a move from David Paravyan. What did he do after bishop takes f5?
Let's see. Just a few more seconds, and
Knight
he has
e5.
played knight to e5.
Knight e5. So I think now it's time for Arjun to give a check with the queen. But where should he give the check to?
d8. Yeah, he's gone for it.
Queen
He's gone
d8.
for queen d8 check. King g7, there's queen e7 check. So king f7, there's bishop e6 check. It's checkmate time.
It's checkmate time indeed. And by playing queen d8, actually Arjun just passed the 40th move.
Yes, but also time was not an issue for Arjun at all
Yes.
in the last few moves because he had a full 6 minutes. Black does indeed go for king f7, setting himself up for bishop e6, which I think Arjun will not take much time to play. And after bishop e6, I think there is going to be a resignation.
I think so too. Bishop e6 is already on the board, and now after king takes e6, rook f6 is a mate.
He allows checkmate, Irene. He allows checkmate on the board.
Very sportsmanship by David Paravyan. I think, because the whole course of the game was so good, I think it deserved to end with a checkmate. So he allowed it to happen, and it's a very rare sight in the top players' games these days to allow, the game to be in a checkmate.
Absolutely. And meanwhile, Irene, we have a double result. It's not just a result in the board 2, but
Wow.
also on board 1.
Board 1 just finished too.
Yes.
We missed all this action because the game by
Arjun
Arjun
was
was
like, yeah,
so good. Yes.
absolutely.
What happened then? Can we take a look? Because it looks like in the middle game, I remember it was pretty level between Karthikeyan versus Sargsyan.
Yeah. But before we take a look, Irene,
Uh-huh.
there's also a potential finish in one more of the games, I think.
We
which
can
is
look at that now, and then we can come back to this later.
Yes. It's the game between Daneshvar against Salem,
Yep.
where Black has sacrificed. He has also sacrificed the queen, and it's
Ooh.
checkmate in one move.
This is a very nice play. And there you go. We have a resignation in the video by Daneshvar. And wow, What a treat we have today, Srinath.
I know, right?
All these games suddenly, on the first hour, I didn't have so much hope because there's no King's Indian, there is no Sicilian. But look at the finishing of at least 3 of the top boards: the board number 1, board number 2, and board number 4. Salem has played another masterpiece in this round, yet winning another a game with such a good opening preparation, follow up with a very good combination of vision. Actually, I would like to see how did this happen, because it looks like Salem must have had some sacrifices happening on this one.
Absolutely. Let's back it up a bit. So this was the position where we saw last Black play the queen to d7. So this is the variation we saw: queen into c4, d takes c2. Here we saw bishop into e2, rook e4, queen into c5. Instead, white played the rook to e1. Black played a6, which was one of the key ideas. Rook went on to b1, knight d3, rook into e2, takes everything. And now black played knight to f2, sacrificing the knight for just the f2 pawn. This was a bit of a poison pawn because king into f2, there's queen f5 check.
Okay, the rook on b1 falls.
Yes. So he went rook to c1 and now bishop to d4, setting up deadly discovered attack threats. White played the queen to c7, trying to desperately trade the queens off the board by threatening the b8 rook. Black ignores it. He goes queen to h3 instead, giving up the rook, but after king h7, it's unavoidable checkmate. Black played the queen to d6, and now just simply knight g4 check, queen into d4, and now not queen into h2 check, because after king f1, the f2 square is protected. But first take on the g3 pawn. So king h1, there's queen into h2 checkmate, and if the king goes to f1,
and it's mate with the mate, yes. Naiditsch with the mate, yes. Wow, I mean, incredible. While you were explaining all of these things, I was thinking, okay, which one is my favorite of the day? I cannot decide this one or Arjun's game, and we are yet to see what's happening on the first board, because that might be also make us stunned. So let's take a look what's happening on the first board. How did the game change so much?
So on the first board, white started losing control around the point when we were looking at this point, when white played bishop c1, black played the bishop to f8 to prepare the d5 break. White went queen to f1 in order to prepare this break with f4 and f5. Black allowed f4 to happen and then went with d5. White ignored it for now. He played the pawn to f5, allowing a pawn to f5, and then he took on d5, opening up the king side against black. But black had his protection ready, the bishop on g7, rook to g3, king to h7, and now queen went to f3 to go towards h5. Black brings in further reinforcements with knight to e7, queen h5, knight to g6, and now white played this knight on c4 was hanging. Previously black couldn't take it because of rook into e7. So after knight g6, the knight is attacked. The knight moved to b6 in order to try and create some rook into e6 related ideas to weaken the g6 point. By this time though, Karthikeyan was desperately in time scramble, and black of course protected the g6 point at all cost. He took the bishop on b3, knight into c8, bishop into c2, and it feels like an exchange sacrifice, but the knight on c7, the knight on c8 doesn't have a good square to retreat to, because after knight e7, rook e8, the knight was pinned, and white here was completely lost. He played the rook to e2, attacking the bishop, trying to counterattack. Black also counterattacked with f4, and now everything in white's position was hanging. Bishop into f4 followed, knight into f4 with a fork against the queen and the rook. Rook into g7 check, a final desperate try, which would have worked after king into g7, queen g4 check if black didn't have this move knight to g6. But black simply had this move knight g6, and here white is just a piece down. His knight is pinned, and the black's king is completely well protected. So Karthikeyan resigned at this point, and with this, Sargsyan becomes the sole leader.
Wow, it was a very unexpected turn of events in this game, I must say. But I think Sargsyan Yeah, all the credits to him because I think he played a very wonderful chess. Even though he was playing with black pieces, I didn't see any problem in black at all from the start to until the finish. And no, it's incredible. It's incredible what we have today. It reminds me why I love chess actually.
Absolutely.
Yeah, because we have one game like Sargsyan, right? He played it according all to the opening principle, middle game principle. Everything was so principled. He just has to come up with all this calculation that his opponent was trying to defend, and then tactics is there. And on the other hand, we had also a game like what Arjun and David Paravyan did. It was completely mind-blowing, like very chaotic, very messy. And I think also thanks to Paravyan's time situation, Arjun could come up with all these moves rather easily. Well, of course, Arjun is capable of finding all those moves even without his opponent's time situation. But I think it is coming with an extra edge for Arjun's side. And also we had a very good game by Salem Saleh. Yeah. Oh my gosh.
That was a powerful game.
That was really powerful. Like a very good opening preparation, a very good middle game execution, and then tactics ended everything.
Absolutely. So Salem continuing on his fantastic run, and with this, Sargsyan goes into the lead with 5 out of 6, closely pursued by Arjun Erigaisi and Salim Saleh, both of them with 5 out of 6, and also Esipenko likely to win against Rithvik Raja with a superior position after the 40 moves.
Exactly, yeah, and also we have some results in the lower board. Okay, the first result in the top board, it was Naiditsch drawing against Abdusattorov, but we also have a result Ivanchuk draw against Artemiev, and we saw the game, I think, of Tabatabai versus Pranesh, where Tabatabai was better, and he successfully converted the game into a win in the end. It was also another good game because I thought he was really in trouble, but he proved me wrong. And I'm so happy that, it's very rare occasion where I'm so happy that I was proven wrong. Also on the 9th board, we didn't actually look at the game at all. It was between Fakidov Shamshidin versus Lodici Lorenzo. I think the game went quite uneventful and they agreed for a draw. The same goes with the 10th board. It's between Bharat Subramaniam versus Nihal Sarin. I think it was also quite uneventful. I think they repeated the moves in the end because there's nothing much going on. It was balanced. The material was balanced. Also, the positional situation was also balanced, and so they decided to repeat the moves and agreed for a draw. So we have actually 2 games left in the top boards. It's between Rithvik versus Esipenko, and then you mentioned that Esipenko might likely go for a win in this one because he has 2 minor pieces for a rook, and I think if he's able to save the pawns, it will be easy for black to convert this endgame into a win. And on the other hand, we also have one game is still going on in the top 10 boards. It's board number 6 between Parha Maksudlu versus Puya Idani, and this one I think could be the longest game. But I don't see, if black successfully trades the pawn on b6 with the a4, then black doesn't have any problem in the position.
Absolutely spot on there, Irene. You summed up the entire position in just one sentence. If black is able to trade this pawn, then black does not have a problem. But as we can see from the evaluation bar, the reason why this is losing for black is because white takes his pawn very shortly. With rook b7 on the next move, black can protect it by bringing this rook to e6. But now white simply brings his bishop and tries to take the b6 pawn. So this is the problem which is being faced by black right now, and this is the reason why this position also looks winning for white here.
Yeah, but black having 2 extra pawns on the king side, I don't know whether it's going to be matter a lot.
He can set up one defense, which is, put the rook on the 4th rank and then try and always look at this a pawn. Like always keep sight of the a pawn, no matter what happens. But eventually, yeah, white takes the pawn with the bishop in this case.
Yeah. You can also put. There's a situation where you can actually put the rook to a6 and then put the bishop on a7. Yeah, and then there you go. You can have the b6 pawn. So okay, so it means that Parham Maksudlu is having pleasant position here. With the right play, he's close to winning. But Srinath, we have all the excitements so far, especially with Arjun's game. You know, it was such a heart pumping situation in his game. I need to take a breather. Like it is really, too much of excitement for me, and also on other games as well. So what do you think if we take another break?
Absolutely. Let's go for it.
Let's go for it. And we still have 2 games remaining that we are going to cover after our break.
أنا جعت. إيش تاكل؟
على هواك. يا ليت العيال كانوا معانا.
تم. يلا على قطر.
أسرع على هواك يا نواب. رد يا أبو نسب.
صوت العيال
معانا هنا. اشرب عسل.
ذي ولا ذي لأحمد؟
اسألي.
اختار اللي على هواك. كيفي معاك؟
حبيبي سبرايز.
result. Tabatabai just won Grandmaster from India, Pranesh, in a very nice fashion, because actually Pranesh was starting to attack, right? And
Yeah.
then it actually backfired. Could you show maybe some key moments from the game?
So basically, this is a very critical moment. My previous move was h3 here. So basically, I think in this position, Black has to play slowly, try to go for d5 if he can. So something like bishop e6 to me looks very natural. But the thing was that the problem, why he got tempted to play g4 was that after g4 takes, there is no easy way to unpin myself. That's why I think he got tempted. But I think it's just a big mistake, because after what I played, after queen d2, it's just that he has to give up his two bishops, and my king won't actually be weak, but it will also open some files to attack his king. So my king will actually be a lot safer than his king. So I think that was a big positional mistake by him, and I think after that it was just a clean game.
Yesterday you had a rest day. What have you done on the rest day, and maybe what have you done in the evening before the rest day?
Yeah, no, at the rest day I was just resting, to be honest. But before that event, and we played football, and for me it was after a long time. I was not doing any exercise. I was not doing anything basically, and I still feel sore from the football. But it was a lot of fun. I scored twice. It was a lot of fun actually.
Is football your favorite sport after chess?
No, not at all. My favorite is basketball for sure.
You're following a lot NBA, or?
Yes, I do follow a lot NBA. And basketball, tennis, football is like maybe fourth, fifth.
Talking about Qatar Masters, you played also here last year. How is it being here for another year?
No, it's absolutely, it's great. Hotel is great. For me, hotel is very important always, and it's great. Playing hall is great. There's just some problem, I think, with the first round. I could hear the chandelier, the sound of chandelier. So it was a bit annoying, but now I don't feel it anymore. So yeah, everything's perfect, and yeah, I love it.
Thank you so much. Best of luck with next round.
Yeah, thank you.
And we are back to the action of the sixth round of the 2024 Qatar Masters Open. And as promised, we still have two games in the top 10 boards that are still going on. And one of them is the game between Rithvik versus Esipenko Andre. And let's take a look.
Yeah, so diving right into the game, Irene, we were last at this point. After the 40th move, White had just played the rook to a8, attacking the e7 pawn. Black defended it with the knight to c6. Now, since the knight is defending the pawn on e7, White started going after the knight with rook c8. Black went knight to e7, and now the rook comes back to a8 with rook a8. Now, for Black, it's, I think, a pretty straightforward decision. If he plays knight c6, the game just keeps repeating. So, to keep the game going, he has to play the pawn to a5. And in which case, White can start going after the b6 pawn. Directly with rook a6 is one option that comes to my mind, but Black can defend it with bishop c7 and then put this bishop on d8, after which all the pawns are defended and the bishop also looks at the h4 pawn. So Black can start going after White's pawns. So instead of rook a6, White can start with rook to a7 with the idea of playing rook b7 and then try to attack the b6 pawn. And these are the ways that white can set problems for black and try and keep resisting in this position.
Yeah, but I think now it's time for the knight to play and protect the b6 pawn with knight c8. So first of all, you have to move the king, probably king f6, so that you can also protect the pawn on g7 should rook b7, knight c8 happen.
Absolutely. So this would be a defensive method for black here. And potentially looking at Esipenko, these are the lines that's going in his head as well. He's clearly and he's about to make the move a5.
Yes. And yeah, he's reaching for it, and f5 is now on the board.
Yeah. a5 on the board. After a lengthy thought from Esipenko, he spent about 8 minutes for this move. And earlier he also spent quite a bit of time to play the knight to c6, about 10 minutes. Which is again a good lesson after the 40th move when your time increases. In general, it's always a good idea to refresh yourself, to, realign yourself, to recalibrate yourself to the new situation on the board. You have a lot of adrenaline pumping when you're making the time control. So it helps to, recalibrate yourself, take some time, take a break, go get up, wash your face, maybe get something to drink, and then come back with a fresh mind and approach the situation as if it's new.
Yeah.
a5 on the board and rook a7 also on the board.
Yes. So I think we're going to see this move, king f6, very soon, because I just don't see any defense in this position apart from king f6, knight c8, because I think the idea in this position is you have to get a hold of your pawn chain, the root of your pawn chain on b6 as much as you can. So you cannot afford of losing that. Of course, in a concrete play, maybe you can, but why making your life harder, right?
Absolutely. So yes, black should try and protect the b6 pawn. You also see white starting to play a bit faster and accelerate, which is again a good strategy when your position is bad.
Yeah.
To try and create chances on the clock. Quite often the chess clock is the third player in the game.
The third party in the game, yeah?
Yeah.
Right. Well, but for now, it's not really an issue. Esipenko has 12 minutes on the clock. It's already the second period of the time control. So,
he goes bishop to d2, Irene. He chooses to give up the b6 pawn. He chooses to give up the b6 pawn, but... he chooses to give up the b6 pawn, and I think Rithvik is spending a bit of time himself trying to understand what exactly is Esipenko's idea after rook b7.
Could it be that the knight is going after the h4 pawn? That after rook b7, then you move... Where do you move even? You cannot move king f6 because rook b6 comes with check.
Yeah. So... one idea is to put the bishop on b4. It protects both these pawns. Meanwhile, the knight goes after the kingside pawns. Now, this is one strategy. And probably Esipenko didn't see a future with his knight on c8 at this point. After king f6, let's say black played the rook to a6, not to b7. So that when black played the knight to c8, then white has rook to a8. And when the knight goes back, then the rook comes back. So maybe this is what he was worried about. And maybe he just didn't see a way to defend the b6 pawn. So he just goes for bishop d2 right away while he has time remaining on his clock. And he gives up the b6 pawn after rook b7, but chooses to go after the h4 pawn. This could be his idea.
Yeah. And then... having a passer on the edge of the board is definitely something that, you would like to have in your game. So we'll see if Raja Rithvik here is going to exactly do what that you just showed. But meanwhile, I would also like to see the game between the two Iranians in the game between Parham Maksudlu versus Idani Puya. We already showed this just before the break before that white is just going to play a slow chess trying to win the b6 pawn in order to get the a4 pawn rolling into the promotion square. Meanwhile, it's going to be very hard for black to somehow make use of the 2 extra pawns on the king side. It's almost no time for black to do it because, well, the bishop has a very long reach in the endgame as usual, and now black also has to deal with the passer on the a4.
Absolutely. And bishop into b6 is the threat, Irene. So the first question, what if black plays b5?
I think I would like to play a5.
Yeah, pretty much the only move, but also the reason why this is such a strong move is because this pawn can easily be supported by the bishop, whereas this pawn, or the black pawn on b5, can only be supported by the black rook. So the white pawn easily reaches a7, and white can take his time to take the b5 pawn, which is why black decided not to go b5 but go with king to f5 in order to try and bring his king towards white's king and try and create some counter chances.
And Parham, and then Parham immediately play bishop takes b6, yes, and then soon he's going to include the a4 pawn into the action, probably going a5 and then free up the rook. I think that would be the scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. That would be the game plan. And if black starts giving non-stop checks to white, one of the ways for white to get shelter is by bringing the bishop back. The long-range bishop, the superb bishop, will come back all the way to protect its king. And another way for black to try and see counterplay is to try and capture this h3 pawn. And if white tries to protect the h3 pawn, now try and maybe do some g5, g4 in order to create a passed pawn on this side. Keep advancing it. Keep using this passed pawn to create threats against the white king.
But be careful. I can play bishop d4 and somehow your f6 pawn loses.
Yes, but what can you do? I mean, the position is so hopelessly lost anyway. You have to just
you have to come up with something. Yeah,
you have to just go for it.
Yeah. And how is the time situation for both players, Srinath?
The time situation is not something to worry for either player, Irene. White has 20 minutes and black has a good 17 minutes remaining.
Yep. And that's why, I mean, I think because the position is very simple anyway to win, Parham just played right away after king f4, king g2, stopping king g3 from happening. And should there be any checks along the second rank, then there is bishop f2.
Absolutely. I mean, you can only play king g3 now if it was a blitz game of Vidit, you know.
Right. Yes. So what do you think? What will black do in this position? I know the position is losing, but if you were black in this position, what would you do to keep the game a bit alive?
I think you have to go for g5, g4. You have to, I think, you know, even if you lose the f6 pawn.
Yeah.
You have to go for a last stand, and that last stand will come by trying to create a passed pawn of your own. Even if it's a very low probability of success, it's pretty much the only option you have remaining. So yeah, I think you have to probably go for something like g5 here. After g5, as you pointed out, an attempt to attack the f6 pawn here can be replied with f5. So white also will want to keep the bishop on this diagonal to keep the option of bishop f2 open. And there are two ways. Maybe he can bring it back right away to attack the f6 pawn. If black goes f5, then white starts advancing with a5, the bishop on f2 protecting the king, as well as discouraging the advance of g4 because you're keeping an eye on the h4 pawn as well. And on the other hand, this pawn just starts going forward at a breathtaking pace. If this pawn reaches a7, it's pretty much game over because the bishop will protect the a7 pawn and this rook will just need to be anywhere on the 8th rank.
Yes, yeah. Can I try some concrete approach there? Instead of playing bishop f2, can I just try to give a check on c7 and then see where your king goes?
You absolutely can. The position is so good that you can win in, I think, more than one way. Against bishop c7 check, I would go king e4. Give up this pawn if you.
And after a5, you have rook b2, yeah?
Yeah, after a5, I have rook b2 check. Just still, again, not the end of the world, but it's, I think, so much nicer when you have the bishop on f2.
Yeah, I agree. The bishop being placed on f2 serves so many purposes, not only protecting the pawn in the future to a7, but also protecting the second rank for the king. So yeah, principally, I like bishop f2.
Yeah.
And g5 happens, yeah, so we're actually looking at the right position right now. So will Parham play bishop f2 just like what you showed just now?
I think he will, because it feels a very human move to me. Just, taking care of the potential counterplay, and also in these types of endgames where there is bishop against the pawns, I always look at the corner of the queening square in case there is a by some accident, if there is a rook trade, and white also has the right color if such a scenario occurs. Of course, white will not want to go into such a situation. But it's useful to know as a checkpoint when you're making your calculations.
Right. Yeah, it's very useful because some people forget about this principle, about the color of your pawn with the bishop. Yeah, it's always useful to check something like that. Okay, do we have an update on the other game between Rithvik versus Esipenko?
We do have a few moves, and Rithvik chose at this point he chose piece activity, namely the king, over pawn grabbing. So he started with king e2, attacking the bishop. The bishop went to b4, which is the square that we thought it would go to, keeping the c5 and the a5 pawns protected. And now Rithvik, after spending just 2 minutes, went with king to d3 to possibly take the king to e4 and start preparing counterplay. I think this game is not going to be easy for Esipenko to convert. Rithvik seems very motivated, but also his position does have some defensive possibilities.
Yeah. I think I like how he approaches this game. He knows that he's in the inferior side of the position, but he doesn't give up. In fact, he's actually playing a very principled chess. He's bringing his other piece to the board, so not letting the rook just working alone by itself, but also now bringing the king to the center part of the game, and therefore discouraging black to do some attack pretty much on the h4 pawn, because when you have your king active, it is also another piece on the board. So now for black, I think not only that it has some potential attack on h4, but also black has to solve this problem on the 7th rank. If you move your king to the 6th rank, then you're moving your king into a possible check on b6. So it looks like something that you shouldn't do, but all of these things you have to calculate them precisely, because it might be actually the solution. So approaching this position in a concrete way instead of a principled way.
Absolutely, but the challenge in doing that, Irene, practically is the time factor. With each moment spent thinking, it also counts down on your clock. And with that, Esipenko has less than 11 minutes right now. His clock is ticking down to the 10th minute, and normally you would want to spend all your 10 minutes in a position like this trying to figure things out, but he has this 10 minutes remaining for the entire game, and therefore he has to be able to guide his calculation using certain principles and be able to evaluate based on that. And he's done that by going king to f6. The king moves forward as well. Now I expect Rithvik to either play the king to e4. I think he will probably do that, because that seems like his intention of bringing the king forward. And the other option is to play the rook to b7 or a6 in order to, try and take this b6 pawn.
Yeah, that looks very, I think that looks very natural to play either of those ideas, rook b7 or king e4. I was just trying to think whether I should move, if I were black here, whether I should move my knight from e7 to a square like c8, going to d6. But then I realized that the knight, in chess and game, I have this idea that I always put my pieces into a certain task. So probably the task for the knight is not for defending the pawn. The task for the knight is just going for the pawn on h4. So this idea of knight c8, knight d6, when we see that there is knight f5 or knight g6 going to h4, yeah, I think we have to prioritize the latter one. So king e4, should it come to the board, how are you going to continue with the knight going to f5 or g6?
I think f5 looks nicer, Irene, just to discourage this rook b7. And in case your opponent falls into it.
But then the rook might come to a6, yeah?
Yeah, it's pretty much the same thing because the black knight also, I think, eventually goes to h4 in any case. But then if for some reason you want to change your mind, I would just prefer to keep the knight on f5. And also, yeah, it just feels better, the knight being on f5 than on g6. And in this case, it will reach this position, knight into h4. Now, if white takes rook into b6 check, black can, move forward with king g5. f4 check, there is king to g4. And then he'll just try and roll this h pawn forward. White can prevent this king from moving forward by choosing not to play rook into b6 check here, but instead start with the pawn to f4 so that he can get the rook to b6. But in this case for black, the idea would be to put the pawn on g6, get the knight to f5 from where it can guide the h pawn, and if required, the black king can even seek refuge on the h6 square and then slowly push one step at a time, keep moving forward one step at a time. So this is a potential winning plan for black that he can go towards.
Yeah, that looks like the game plan for this one, yeah. And yeah, let's wait which direction that Raja Rithvik here will choose. I was just looking at the games that are still in progress in the lower board because apart from this game in the top 10 board, we also have Maksudlu versus Idani, and Maksudlu, Parham, just actually played my move, bishop c7 instead of bishop f2.
Interesting. That's a really interesting, and I just realized that if we are using the descriptive notation, this would be bishop. Okay, it would be bishop 7, not bishop b2. But I thought they had similarities, f2 and c7 being the bishop 2 square.
Yeah. Yeah, I can totally get what you mean. Yes. Okay, king e4 is now on the board. There was one idea that I thought it was nice, but probably not. Rook e6. And after rook e6, I think you have to go king f5.
Yes.
And then you have to come back with rook a6 again.
Yes.
And after that, there is g4, and then black gets what he wants. So
true.
Yeah, but apart from that idea after king e4, I still want to free my rook up. I want to take f6, but also I have to save the a4 pawn first. But if I push it now, a4 f5, then black will play f5, right?
Yeah, f5, but I can also maybe
give a check first.
Yeah, give a check first.
Yes.
Because after I push your king back and I play f5, when you play rook e6 check, which you might, I have this option of playing the king to f3. And now as black, I set up potential perpetual check related ideas.
That's right. That's true. Yeah, the king cannot escape from the perpets, and we still don't have any move, yeah? After
Yeah, we still don't have any move after king e4. Parham has time. He has about 8 minutes remaining. So in this sense, it's actually a very similar time and position situation in both the games that we have in the top 10 boards. On this board, we have 8 minutes for Parham right now. He's winning against Idani, who has 15 minutes. And in the other board, between Rithvik against Esipenko, where white has indeed played king e4, which is one of the directions that we were going towards.
g6 just happened on the board.
Yeah, he sees these concepts.
Yes, totally.
Soviet chess school.
Soviet chess school. Yeah, and actually by playing this right away, you're not wasting time with king g5 and back to f6 and g7.
Yeah,
Whenever rook b6 happens, you just play king g7 right away.
absolutely.
Rook a6 is on the board. And knight f5, rook b6, and now as we speak, I think he's going to play king g7.
And if white goes king f4 in order to meet knight into h4 with king g5, black can even just take the pawn because king g5 will always be met by knight into f3 coming with a check.
Yeah.
So
That's true. Or if you don't see anything like this, you can actually give a check on d2 first and take h4 the next move.
yes. So I guess this happened, yeah. Rook into b6 check, king g7 and
Yeah, king
right?
g7. This is the present position.
And now it's not so easy to create threats as white. I have to say that this idea by putting the bishop on b4 to protect the pawns on a5 and c5 was actually it was a very strong idea by Esipenko. Very strong idea. And also it just completely secures these pawns on a5 and c5. It looks a bit dubious putting your bishop on b4 where usually a pawn would belong. But on the other hand, I think he also saw from advance that the knight and the pawn can carry themselves forward by itself. And if there ever comes a situation where the bishop is required, then the bishop can also move swiftly to the other side.
That's true. Yeah, I think with accurate play, slow play, sooner or later, Esipenko will win this game. First of all, he has to take care of the h4 pawn, put the knight back, and then allowing the pawn on h5 to roll over one step at a time. Yeah, so if or when Esipenko wins this one, then it means that he's still half a point behind the leader, Sargsyan Shant. And who do you think will play against Sargsyan tomorrow?
I think Arjun.
Arjun, yeah?
Yeah, because Arjun is the highest rated player with 5 points and they color matches. Shant played black and Arjun played white. So logically, Shant would play with the white pieces and Arjun with the black pieces. And that also puts Arjun in a situation where he has a great opportunity to jump in the lead, but also under enormous pressure because with black playing against a player of Shant Sargsyan's strength is not at all easy. I mean, look at his games this tournament, yeah?
Yeah, he's been playing very solid chess. I like how he plays in every game actually, almost without any risk. It's either he's just better or he's just taking an easy draw or like equal position without any risk. And then when his opponent offered push, then he tried to seize the opportunity.
On the other hand, Shant and Arjun, they of course faced off many times, being of close to each other in age. Most recently, I recall them playing in the Stefan Avagyan Memorial in Armenia, where I think Shant did have the white pieces, and that was a game in which Arjun. That was a tournament which Arjun had won. It's one of the many tournaments that he has won this year.
Yep.
And I also remember Arjun playing a very outlandish opening against Shant with the black pieces and actually managing to create winning chances in that game. I don't exactly remember that opening, but it was something like this one e4 knight c6 types,
Ah, okay. So after e4 knight c6, what happened? d4 or knight f3?
No, like I don't remember exactly the opening itself, but it was that kind of an opening. That kind of an opening which
like unusual opening, yeah?
Yeah, unusual opening which the computer shows like 0.6 when you put it on the board, but Arjun managed to play it in a classical game against this super strong and solid opponent, Shant, and he actually managed to win that game with the black pieces. Okay, it was the Roilopus e4 e5 knight f3 knight c6 bishop d5 f5.
Ah, okay, without the inclusion of a6. So it's there are a few names, yeah? Schliemann, Janisch, Gambit. Yeah. Oh, okay, so that opening. Oh, I was just quickly checking Arjun's rating change after 6 rounds here in Qatar Masters Open. Can you guess how much he gains or he loses. I'm not going to give it away whether he gains or he loses some rating points.
I think he maintains what he has.
Are you sure?
Can I be sure?
Give me a number. Give me a number.
0.00.
No, he gains half a point.
Ah,
It's 0.5.
close.
So very close, very close. But I guess if he saves some of the some of the little points from the previous month, I think this 0.5 will round up to 1 for the next count.
Yeah, it always rounds up. But on the other hand, I don't think he has anything to save from the previous month. Does he have? I don't know.
I've no idea. It could be like even 0.1 also is very important, right? 0.1 or 0.2. I know it's very little, but for his rating being a 2801,
Every little point counts.
every
Yeah?
little point counts. Yeah, you mentioned about Anish Giri being also actually he was almost there. I think there was a point when he was like 2799 point something that round up to 2800. Yeah, but he didn't get it published, unfortunately.
Irene, we have this position here with Rook C7 being the last move. And I think black will take the pawn on h4 and go back to f5 and start rolling the h pawns forward. The story in this game is still not over yet because white will put the king on f3. And when the pawn goes to h4, he will still play the king to g4. And at this point, he will ask black, how do you make progress? And talking about progress, there is also quite a bit of progress in the Parham Idani game.
Oh, let's take a look.
It's massive progress actually from where we left.
This is not totally what I expected this game to be. Like I would, hang on to my dear life for my pawn on a4 if I were white.
I know, right? But Parham, on the other hand, he just took the f6 pawn at this point. He just took the f6 pawn and the rook came back to f2. And I think he has made a calculation error here, Irene, which it's very possible to do as a human. For some reason, he thought he can stop this advance of g4 from happening. But apparently black has this move king to e3, which pretty much forces the possibility of g4 to happen. So king to e3 and white cannot stop the black pawn from going to g4.
Yeah, but now I don't like what the eval bar is showing. It shows that it is a 0-0 position where it was like +2 position for white. So it's definitely a very drastic change for Parham's decision to give up the a pawn. Yeah, I wouldn't do that in my game. I mean, even if I couldn't find bishop f2, I would stick, all my attention to my a4 pawn so that it doesn't get captured.
I would have probably done the same as well. And this is going to get interesting for a number of reasons. Firstly, we can potentially see a rook and bishop versus rook endgame. And maybe being Idani's teammate, Parham knows a thing or two about his opponent's ability to defend such a position. And secondly, is there a way for white to prevent g4 from happening after king e3? Is there something that is practically setting problems which we don't see because of the evaluation bar?
Or maybe also Parham is very fluent in mating the position with rook and bishop versus rook?
Well, but you still need to get a position from where you can win there, yeah. Like I know people who can defend against the computer with a rook against rook and bishop against Stockfish, and they are so fluent with the defensive technique that they can do it with a 2-second increment. They can do it against Stockfish. So by default, the position is so equal and drawn that you can only win if your opponent allows you to get the theoretically won position.
Yeah.
I'm hopelessly bad at remembering the defensive methods, though.
No, I have to remind myself and like pre-tournament trainings about all of this stuff. Even from the basic one. Like usually I would remind myself with how to mate with knight and bishop. I know that sounds basic, but I just have to remind myself with it, and then how to defend the position with rook and knight versus rook. for 50 moves. Again, this all basic stuff sometimes need to be
The
repeated.
evaluation is again changing.
What's happening, Srinath?
So he played the rook to c4, which turns out to be a mistake because white can go bishop d8. But Irene, the evaluation bar changing in these positions, it can actually change many times because black does have a defense with rook c8, and after bishop into g5 there is rook g8.
Oh, there's rook f4 and rook g4.
Yeah, it's true.
But there's still king f5. Yeah.
Oops. Yeah. Rook g8, rook f4 check, king e5, rook g4, king f5.
Yeah, rook f5. Sorry, rook g4, king f5. Yes, and then this is still drawn. Okay. So there should be something. I mean, of course, the game plan for white here is to go after the g5 pawn, but apparently you cannot do that just right away.
Yeah. You cannot do it right away.
Oh, what about?
But you can play bishop d8. You push the rook back, and then you move the bishop back to a5.
And then you go from d2, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, but this is like crazy difficult to calculate, Irene, for a human, because you go rook g8, and then here you have to see till bishop d2, and you have to see that after g4 there's rook f4 check, and here at some point I started taking the help of computer, which is why I'm able to make these moves so fluently. But if my computer was not on and if I couldn't see the moves, trust me, I would literally be making moves one by one, and then evaluation bar would be changing with each move, and that's how I'd be figuring out how to, play the best way.
Yeah, or maybe what's more human is after bishop d8, rook c8, and then what if I just play bishop e7? My idea, okay, I just want to keep an eye on the g5 pawn anyway.
Yeah, but the problem is rook g8, and here you might have this move bishop d6, but the difference here is the king is within touching distance, and g4 comes inevitably, making a draw. The rook and bishop versus rook, for those who are not aware, is a theoretical draw. So he does go bishop d8 with just about 2 minutes remaining on his clock. And I think Idani has to play rook c8 fairly quickly because that's the only move that keeps his pawn. I mean, there are other moves. There is rook c5 and rook c6. But if white gets his rook to g4, in those situations, it's game over for black. So
that's very good to know because this sometimes as a chess player, I also have a problem understanding where my pieces should be on, and then of course the key square for the rook here is none other than g4. You're attacking the g5 pawn, but you're also keeping an eye of everything else, like everything should be under control. So where do you think Idani will play after this? Where does the rook go?
It has to go to c8.
It has to go to c8, yeah?
He has to play to c8. And he has about 12 minutes remaining. And it's a very tricky situation for him to, calculate his way out and make the best moves. So I think in these situations, practically an element of speed is also important, but also not too fast that you don't calculate anything and you quickly make the move. But you need to make these quick calculations. And I think calculation is one of the most difficult things in chess, for which you need to be in your top shape mentally. For some reason, if you're not slept well the previous night, or if you're not well physically, all these factors, it affects your calculation, I think.
Yeah.
At least for me, it does. And I'm very specific on getting my 8 hours of sleep during tournaments for this reason.
Yeah, well, we'll see if Idani's health is affecting his endgame here, because it looks like he is well on to saving the game with a draw. Meanwhile, we also have other updates on the other game, huge updates actually, of the move, not the result yet, because they are still playing on board. Second board, was it?
Wow, they're playing on board 3.
Board 3.
And indeed, there have been huge updates. We left it around this point exactly. White played rook c7. Black took the pawn. f4 was played, trying to block the king. Knight f5, king f3. This is the point where we thought black will need to find a plan. He finds a plan with a check followed by g5. The check taking control of the c6 point, forcing f into g5. And after king into g5, rook g7 check has been given. Esipenko has played the king to f6. And this is the current position that we have now, where Esipenko is winning because of the outside hedge pawn. But he has to do it within just 5 minutes. Rithvik has played his rook to d7 on the last move. And now it's black's turn to play.
Okay, so rook d7, what is the idea? I thought the rook will come back to c7, trying to attack c5 at some point, but now it means after rook d7, the bishop is quite free. Although black has also be careful, because after bishop goes anywhere, apart from e1, of course, with a check, there's rook d5 with a double attack on c5 and h5.
Yeah, all these pawns stand on the 5th rank. And Rithvik, understanding the pressure that his opponent is under, he just gets up, takes a walk, and takes a stroll around. Meanwhile, Esipenko has to be the one who's calculating this. As white, you kind of know that with best play, this is going to be probably winning for black. But you also know that it's very tricky to be able to calculate the best lines without time remaining on the clock.
Yeah, so what I was thinking is probably I can try to get to a2 pawn. Is it a good plan?
I think Esipenko hears you, because he just went knight e2 check from what I can see on the board. That is knight e2 check, right?
Yeah.
Going towards c1 and a2.
Yeah, that was my plan. So if king goes to h4, trying to get to h5 pawn, black can just safely let it go. After king h4, just knight c1, and then this trade of pawns, I think is very advantageous for black, because then after winning the a2 pawn, you can come back and try to win the b3 pawn, and you have a passer on the a5.
Absolutely, Irene. This is actually a very practical, and it's actually a very strong attempt to try and make progress and try and attempt to win as the black pieces. And it's not easy to find a solution for this one, actually. I'm a bit stumped because king h4 is such a natural move to make in this position. But after king h4, like you pointed out, knight c1 it's winning, and we can clearly see that from the evaluation bar.
Yeah.
So we have to reject king h4. And in this case, let's say the king goes to f3 to attack the knight on e2, and knight c1 happens. Then what could be? But then how do you? Why is this different? How do you protect the pawns on e2 and b2?
I think at some point the king can somehow protect the b3 pawn, but then the other problem still remains, like how to stop the h5 pawn, right? So I think Esipenko is very, very tricky here. He literally just posing few threats on different side of the board simultaneously, and therefore Raja Rithvik is totally in trouble. I think this is like the most practical approach that Esipenko can do in this position. I like it.
Yeah, and it's not easy to understand White's defense here, even with the help of computer, and because the hedge pawn, you're literally trying to stop this hedge pawn,
yes.
And the game suddenly shifts to a new direction. How do you where do you move the king? And if king f3 knight c1, then what is the defense? Meanwhile, Irene, we actually have a big update in the Parham Idani game, where it exactly happened. The whole variation with bishop d8,
Wow.
rook c8, bishop a5, rook g8 happened. And here white logically went with the bishop to c7, but after this move, the evaluation bar comes all the way down. And I think I see the reason.
Me too, I think. Yeah, I think you just have to keep chasing the the bishop while also maintaining the idea of g4. Yeah, rook g7. So if the bishop stays on this diagonal, you just keep chasing it unless the bishop goes to h2.
Exactly. This was also my thought. But if the bishop goes to h2, then maybe you can make a move with the king.
Yes, yes.
Because there's no longer a check from this diagonal.
Oh, but Idane played king e3.
Logical move. The same idea.
Yep.
You want g4. And he's like, how do you prevent it?
Yeah.
You can prevent it by playing bishop b6 check. And if the king goes to d3, then you come king f3. But the king will not go to d3. It
The
will
king will
stay on
come back to
e4
e4, right?
and keep threatening to play g4.
Yeah. Well, okay. So let the players solve this problem. And also, Raja has already made his move. He decided to play king f3.
Very fast.
Very fast, yes. And now Esipenko is back to thinking. I thought knight c1 should come automatic, but he's come back thinking now. Probably there's something that we didn't see that he saw. No, but he's reaching for the knight, of course, because the knight has to go. It's under attack at the moment.
Yeah.
And he played knight c1.
So now we'll see Rithvik's intentions on why he played the king to f3. I'm starting to understand a bit about this position. Now, there's a clear reason to reject king h4 here, which is after knight c1 and knight into a2, when the knight comes back to c1, the b3 pawn simply falls. And if the b3 pawn falls, it's game over. So with king f3, knight c1, even if he loses the a2 pawn for the moment, like you mentioned earlier, we keep the option of bringing the king closer towards the b3 pawn. And meanwhile, let me start giving checks to you. So I start with the rook d6 check.
Yeah.
If the king, let's look at king e7 to understand the position better. Now, so this is the wrong way. Going after the h5 pawn is the wrong way. Okay. So you have to I think keep the rook on d1, and then I think you have to maintain your rook here. No, you have to keep the rook on d1, but I don't know then what. He has played king f4, which is what I thought he would play. The idea being that after knight into d2, there's rook d6 check.
But then king e7, I know the idea you just would like to somehow keep threatening for checkmate, and then maybe some perpetual, but I don't think it's going to happen.
And I think this actually feels like an extremely wrong direction, because the thing is now with rook d1, even with rook d1, you're not preventing knight c1.
Very, very tricky, right? Yeah. Even if you have to come up with knight c3, I think it's still a better position for black anyway. Yeah.
Yes, but with knight c1, it's game over, because once you lose this b3 pawn, I think you lose your hopes also with it.
Yes. Wow. Okay. Such a tricky position for Rithvik here. But Srinath, I have one interview to show with the leader of the tournament so far. Let's send you the interview of Sargsyan, the leader of the Qatar Masters Open.
And we are having result on the top board between two leaders after round 5. Sargsyan has won against Karthikeyan. Murali, huge congratulations. Now you're the leader of the tournament after 6 rounds. How do you feel?
Yeah, I feel great. I hope to continue like this.
The game was pretty crazy because of you were attacking. It was very complicated to understand what was happening because it felt like he was attacking. Could you explain maybe what was happening at some key moment in the position?
Yeah, it was a very complicated game. In this position, it looks like Black's king is weak. So I found this 97 move, which is, I think, it's very nice.
You can play it.
97, and then knight is coming to g6. And after that, already Black's king is safe.
And after that, maybe you could show a little bit how the game went.
He played queen h5. He wants to play rook g7. Played knight g6. And here he played knight b6. Actually, I missed this move. If queen b6, rook e6. Here I played bishop b3. Knight c8. Bishop c2. He played knight e7, it's the only move. rook e8. Now we can't move with knight. He played rook e2. But I think it's already doesn't matter. Black is winning. Rook e2. And here, maybe many moves are winning. But I played f4. His rook does not have any
It's like
squares.
trapped,
Rook
yes.
f3, rook g4, e2 is hanging. And after f4, it's already over.
So do you think having this rest day helped you to prepare more and to prepare mentally also for this match, because you were both two leaders after the round 5?
Yeah, I like actually a rest day. I enjoy my rest. I didn't prepare so much, just like always.
How do you enjoy so far in Qatar, in Doha?
Yeah, I visit many beautiful places in Doha, and I like this city very much.
Thank you so much, Shant, and best of luck in tomorrow's game.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Angelica, for the interview with Sargsyan, going to the next round with half a point in the lead. Well, tomorrow I think he's going to take on Arjun Erigaisi. So I'm sure that's going to be a very exciting battle, Srinath.
Absolutely. That's a super interesting battle to look forward to, Irene.
Yep.
And in the meanwhile, we also have a couple of exciting games going on. At least one of them has still managed to keep the excitement, the game between Rithvik against Esipenko, where Esipenko seems set to join the leaders. And he has just taken knight into e2, the last move. And here Rithvik probably realizes that he cannot go back rook d1 because there is knight c1. And without him being able to go rook d1, the position is lost, because after knight c1 and knight into b3, it's game. So he went rook d6 check, king e7, king e5. And here
now
Esipenko.
knight c1.
Yes.
Yeah, and now the b3 pawn is lost. So now the only hope for white is somehow to get some perpetual check along around the back rank. And now I think he started with rook e6.
Yeah, he started, but he has the hedge pawn to take care of. The king will easily escape from the perpetual checks. Then he has to go for the hedge pawn. And at this point, the king is going to be able to hide somewhere in this big white board. And meanwhile, the a pawn will, it's going to queen very easily, and black will be able to pick up the c pawn as well pretty soon.
But where are you going to escape with the king then, if I just keep giving checks on the 7 rank?
So you have to start with it right away, because if you give me one move, then I'm going to hide on a5. So
yes,
let's say you start with it right away with a check. So in this case, I can also come to this side.
Yeah.
Until you run out of checks. And then once you take on h5.
That was not my intention. My intention was when you play king f8, and I'll just play king f6.
Yes, you can do this, but I have an escape plays on e8. And if you do king e6, I'll come knight d4 check.
That's right. Yeah. And then if I keep giving check again on the back rank, like rook h8 right now, king d7, and give a check, then you have always an escape to c6, yeah?
Yeah.
And
now
then,
I have the 6th rank.
Or even the d6, yeah. And now, yeah, you don't have any check. And then when you don't have a check, you have this tempo to move the pawn on a5 to a4. And that, therefore, you're also saving yourself a square for your king, a passage for your king, should there be any more checks, yeah?
Absolutely.
Right. Okay, it's just some technicality, but I think in the end, Esipenko would make the work done in this position. And meanwhile, major update in the game between Parha Maksudlu versus Idani Puya.
What? Wow! Wow! It's a rook and bishop. Oh, okay. So this happened, Irene, around rook e2 check, king f5. White played the bishop to f2, and at this point he realized that he cannot stop this advance g4. So he gave up, and on the 59th move, the pawns got traded. So if the game lasts till 109 moves without the black rook being captured, the game would be a draw. Let's see how Idani defends. So he started with king f4 and king f3, relatively fast. And White's first objective is to push the king back towards the corner. So he gives a check and prepares the g file for his king. King e4, the black king keeping itself in the center. King g2, he slowly starts bringing his king. And here Idani plays the rook to e3 check. King f4 played, rook e8, rook d7 check, king e2. The game happening at a very fast pace. So it's not even been 10 moves since we started this endgame. But I think Parham has made some progress in being able to push the black king onto e2. And rook f8 check played pretty quickly by Idani. I guess the king goes to e4 at this point, and maybe he would want to put the bishop on e5 and king on e4. This is a setup to further drive the king towards the last rank.
Right,
And he
yes,
does go for king e4.
yeah, king e4, and now rook e8, and now is blocking the check with bishop e7. Yeah, they're playing in such a pace. And now we see rook g8, yes, and
Yes, rook g8 on the board. I think bishop d6.
yeah, bishop
Yeah.
d6. Yeah, you want to put the bishop blocking the check again, but now on e5.
Yes, bishop e5, and now I think after king e1 we reach the defensive position. Rook e6 is also possible.
Yep. Yeah, I think one of the main ideas to defend this position is to keep the bishop pinned, because it's
Yes.
very important for this bishop not to come into action with all these checks and so on. So normally after this position has been reached, then white will somehow include the rook on d7 to go into the back rank. So which side that do you think this rook will go? To a7?
This I'm not sure if there's any difference. And the computer is also not going to help you, Irene, because when you open the table basis,
Yeah.
the first move it shows is rook d1.
Wow, that's the drawn part, yeah. And he went for rook h7, so he went the other way. Rook back to e8, yeah, keep pinning the bishop. Give a check on h2.
King e1, I think.
I think so too. But we have to wait for Idani to play the move. Yes, king e1. Wait, king e1? Yeah, it is king
Yeah,
e1.
yeah, it has to be. Now the technique is if the white king goes this side, the black king goes this side. And if the white king goes this side, the black king goes the other side. So Parham goes rook to a2.
And now I think you just wait in the back rank. Yes, with rook d2. Sorry, rook e7 is not d2. Yeah, sometimes.
Oh, by the way, Esipenko has won against Rithvik.
Oh, wow.
After rook h7 check,
We can
I
see that
think
one.
Esipenko has resigned. Sorry, Rithvik has resigned just now. So Esipenko joins the pack of people with 5 out of 6. It's just 3 people actually, so I don't know if it forms a pack. But Arjun Erigaisi, Esipenko, and Salem
Saleh.
closely pursuing the sole leader, Sargsyan.
Yes, so it means, yeah, I think you're right with your calculation. Arjun Erigaisi will play Sargsyan on the next round, and then Esipenko will play with Salem. But about the color, I'm not too sure about this one.
Yeah, that's a tricky one. I recently saw a clarification on Twitter regarding this, but let's return back to the position where there has been a few moves and a very instructive technique
Yes.
shown by Idani. After rook e2, he maintained the rook. Now the king went to the king side. So the opposition king went the other side, the dance of the kings. Bishop d4 to try and bring the bishop further. And now black plays the rook to e2
Yeah.
to free up the second rank defense.
I remember about a few of the defenses here. Rook and bishop versus rook is there. There are two. First, you try to pin the bishop, if possible, and whenever the bishop is not pinned, you try to have this second rank defense. It means that you have to challenge your opponent's rook on the second rank, because usually it will try to limit your king's activity on the second rank or on the 7th rank, depending on the color.
That's very well put, Irene. So the second rank defense, and that happened at this point. After rook a3, he just went back rook e8, and Parham just kind of came back to square one. So king e4, rook e7, all these things happening. And the pace at which Idani is playing and the confidence with which he's showing, it seems very clear that he remembers this defensive techniques.
Yes, yes. Yeah, even though I already putting it very well there, sometimes I also missed it myself, because there's some moments, remember, in the defense where in a particular position of this rook and bishop, that's very important to put actually your rook on the second rank, sometimes on the third rank, sometimes on the first rank.
Yeah.
So sometimes these type of ideas, they get mixed up in your mind, and during the game you are not able to recall them.
There's also another type of defensive method in the rook against rook and bishop, which does not require anything to remember.
What is it?
So you have to put your rook and king one square apart.
Okay.
And you have to keep maintaining it as much as possible. And when your opponent somehow manages to break it, then usually there's not an immediate threat. So this is also a practical defensive technique. Like when you if by chance you have completely forgotten the theoretical position, then this is also a method that I have used from time to time. I remember I drew one of my Lichess title arena games against the rook and bishop versus rook against Amin Basam. And so that's also something that works practically.
I see. Wow. Okay, I will add this note to my notebook actually, because this is very important as well to know. Usually
the lazy defensive method.
But any defensive method is working, Srinath. So because it's sometimes when you are coming into this type of position, you're running out of your time, and you have to keep playing all the moves in a very fast pace. And then, but if you're playing it too quick, maybe you miss something out. So it's very important to be fluent in this type of defense.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely true. I mean, it's important to be fast. And, but yeah, these plays are being really fast, especially Idani. I think he's gained at least 5 minutes since the start of this endgame, and we have reached close to halfway. It's been around 23 moves.
Yeah.
Now, if he manages to, I think he's already reached this position. Maybe not exactly, but now he's checking the number of moves that he's made. While Parham is thinking almost in despair.
Yeah. I think he must also be thinking like, oh, maybe I shouldn't have sacrificed, or I shouldn't have let my A4 being captured, right? Because that was, after that, the things just went easy for Idani. Maybe, with an accurate play, of course, what Parham had chosen was also going to give him a win, but it is becoming trickier for him. Whereas for Idani, it's becoming easier, right?
Right, absolutely. And Parham has also gained about 5 minutes since the endgame started. So he's actually using that time to try and come up with something. But Rook H2 is not really something that is very inspiring. I think Idani just goes
Rook D2 again.
Rook E7, yeah.
Oh, sorry, Rook E7. Yeah, I kept thinking, from the Black's perspective, this diagram, Yeah, okay, Rook E7 is there.
We don't want to bring the Rook to D2 anyhow in this position because there's Bishop C3.
Yes. That's correct, of course. No bringing Rook to D2, especially when there's a pin coming on the board. Okay, so yeah, if you don't come up with anything, then yeah, Black's task is very easy. Like I would like to revisit it again if for those who just joined with us. Black will just try to keep pinning the bishop. And once the bishop is unpinned somehow, then you can use the second rank defense, like what actually already happened in this one. So rook e2, and then you can go for this type of setup again. King d4 has already played.
So
King f1, yeah. It's also very important to note to go the opposite side of the opponent's king. It is also to prevent the opposition and things like that. And waiting move versus waiting move right now. Rook a2 and rook e8 on the board.
Yeah. Rook a2 and rook a8 on the board, and Parham not really making any progress. And Idan is not even like giving him a few seconds to think, Irene. He's just literally playing his moves instantly.
Yeah, I think he's very fluent in this one, and then it's good to see, he's been playing that confidently. Because sometimes when you give the vibe to your opponent that, oh, you're not unsure on what you're doing, it gives your opponent some confidence in continuing the position, But now, now everyone actually can see that Idani really knows on how to defend this position.
Yeah, and he's also past the halfway point. He's made more than 25 moves. In fact, he's made 27 moves. And at the 50th move, he can actually claim to the arbiter by first writing down the intended move that he's about to make on the 50th move, which should be the 109th move for black here. And then calling the arbiter and saying, I'm going to make this move and claim the draw. If neither player claims the draw after 50 moves, the arbiter himself can stop the game and declare it a draw after the 75th move mark.
Yes. Yeah, that is also the task for the arbiter here, because going into, finishing the 6th round, I don't see any complaints yet made to the arbiter. Everything has been going so smoothly in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. King d5 played by white here. And I guess, what do you do here, Irene?
Oh, many things, yeah. One of them is just probably I'll just give a check to d8. I can also play, I can just play king e1 back. I think it's fine too. But what is the most principled here? I think just give a check, yeah. And when king e4 happens, then pin it again with rook e8.
Yeah, absolutely.
But also, if somehow this doesn't happen and then Idani plays king e1, I think it's also very similar.
True.
You know what? There are only 6 games currently going on in the whole tournament of the A group.
Yeah, we see that hall. It's a bit of a lonely hall right now. It's buzzing with activity at the beginning of the games, but around this point, the number of people really start coming down. We have one more result in one of the lower boards there, so it's only 5 games now.
Yeah, you're right. Yes. Yeah, let's see and wait what happens on this one. Oh, so actually Dani didn't do either of what I was suggesting. He just simply make a move with rook e7.
And now if king e4, there's king e1. If not king e4, maybe something like bishop f4 or bishop g3 to try and bring the king closer towards the black king.
And then there is rook e2. We come back to the second rank defense again.
Exactly. So yeah, the second rank defense and this position with the pin. I think this is called as the Zen drawing position, if I'm not wrong.
The Zen drawing.
I think so. It's spelled as SZEN, and I think this is the name of the position. All these things, the first time we learned, maybe 20 years ago.
To be honest, I don't have a clue of the name of this position. Well, we still don't have a move yet. But I just would like to update the position. No, actually, there's something is going on the lower board. It's between Abdusattorov versus Maturosyan. It's almost coming to an end.
Wow. It's almost coming to the end, but not the end that we might have anticipated when we looked at the pairing and the rating of the players, Irene, because Haik Martirosyan at 26.56 is clearly outrating his opponent Abdusattorov at 25.36. But at this point, it's White who has a massive advantage, and with Queen c3 is threatening the c4 pawn. The White king is absolutely safe, whereas the Black king is in perilous danger. And on the plan for white is also clear cut because he can just bring in the bishop in any which way he wants, whilst the black king and the black's pieces are stuck due to black's king safety.
Right, but also it's very important to wait what is black is doing at this point, yeah, because there might be some ideas with rook takes f7 if the queen on e8 somehow moves away from the e8 square, you know. But of course, what you were saying is just very easy. You don't want to deal with anything like this, and then just simply activate the bishop on a2 via b1, and then you go into your desired diagonal. And did this just happen?
Yeah, so queen e4 and rook c1 happened, and now bishop into c4 is the simple threat. If black plays knight to, he plays the pawn to h5 to, you know, try and create some counterplay on the other side. I mean, I wouldn't even take the pawn on c4. I think I'll just go bishop b1 and
take.
Try and, yeah.
I think so too. Like, I think that would be the quickest way to win, because the bishop on f7 is stuck anyway. It cannot go anywhere because then the c4 pawn will fall. But yeah, bishop b1, rook g1, and somehow you're creating the attack around the king.
Absolutely.
And Abdusattorov is, I think he's on the 3.5. Like, he's on the 3.5 right now. So if he wins, it's quite a significant result.
Absolutely. So he will move to 4.5 points. And actually, we saw a lot of draws today amongst people who are at 3.5, which is interesting. We had decisive rounds in the first 4 boards today, with 3 of those wins coming for the player with the black pieces. And in the boards just below that, there were so many draws. And I think he took bishop into c4, by the way.
Okay. I mean, this is also, a quick way to win.
Yeah. It's just a matter of taste, I think. And it's actually not that difficult to... So, black just goes h4 in any case. Keeps advancing the pawn. But yeah, I mean, I'm not a big fan of the approach taken by white.
Me too. Well, this one looks a bit too easy for black to keep playing. Meanwhile, I'd like to torture my opponent, right? So I like to play bishop b1 and then I want to see my opponent squirm with all this attack around the king. And I just realized, true enough, today, round 6, in the top 4 boards, we have 4 decisive results. It's something that's very rare to happen.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah,
4 decisive results in the top 4 boards, because they really want to seize the title, seize the first prize. Wow. Okay, but tomorrow round 7, which is also a rest day for the World Championship match, with 2 rounds to go. Wow, things are just, it's getting so heated up there in Singapore. 2 rounds to go. It's definite. The 2 rounds will be played anyway, no matter what happened on the result, right? And maybe we will see also a tie break.
Absolutely. Again, with the exception of Magnus Nepo in Dubai, I think we have been seeing tie breaks in most of the World Championship matches since they are playing in this format.
Yeah, that's true. And I was also calculating the day when I have to fly. And if they have the time break on the 30th of December, I would be very sad because I wouldn't be able to watch that because I'll be in the flight.
You should fly back to Singapore.
Yeah, but I already made another plan. Yeah, this is happening too. I remember in 2006. This is not chess. This is football. In 2006, there was a final between
France and Italy, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
And do you know where I was?
Dubai?
I was in France.
Wow.
I was in France myself. I was following the World Cup then. I was in France, but I was still how old was I? 14. Oh, I was actually just finished some WGM tournament in Marseille. And then it was just my fate that my flight back home happening on the final day. Actually, before I boarded the plane, the match was already happened for the first round.
Okay.
So I think I would also, you know, if this World Championship match went into the tiebreak, I would also have the same FOMO because I
But
wouldn't be able.
Irene, do you know one of the differences between 2006 and 2024?
Yeah, I could watch it on the plane, right?
In-flight Wi-Fi.
In-flight mode. Yeah. I'm very set on buying the in-flight internet if that happens. Yeah, for sure. But let's see. I mean, in-flight internet, you know, it's very hard.
Yeah, I know.
With
I
all
know.
the video, and especially this is Blitz, right?
Yeah.
So,
I know.
well, you know, I feel like it should go to the tie break because it would be very exciting. But on the other hand, I know that I would be missing a lot of actions there.
I can empathize.
Yeah. What about you? Where will you be if the tiebreak happens? Where will you be?
I think I'll reach back
You'll
because
reach
I'm
back
taking
home,
a flight like right after the closing ceremony ends.
I see. Oh yeah.
So
You
I think
fly early.
I'll reach back. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's a little bit yeah, it would be a little bit sad for me if that happens. But anyway, that's something that I kind of
Let's hope
control.
it doesn't go to the tiebreak.
I really want the tiebreak though. I mean, I think that would be the fair situation for both players because Ding and Gukash, they've been playing really well. It's whenever one of them loses, I feel sad. I'm really, you know, I feel like, oh, yesterday Ding lost the game. I know most of the fans, of course, Gukash's fan, they cheered on him. It's fine, of course. But then I feel really sad for Ding. And today, Gukash lost in such a position, I mean, in such a game, then I felt also sad for Gukash. So I think, yeah, the best way to break it is just on the tie break. Like, okay, let's give them all the luck to play because I think when you're playing into the tie break, of course, skill matters, but I think luck also matters a lot.
Yeah, that's true. I think luck matters in everything, to be honest.
Yes, sir. Yeah. Okay. And what is not really mattered for luck is this game because I think we already see the second rank defense on this game. And I think it's been repeated now. And they are on move 96. So 13 more moves to go to the 50th move so that one of the players can claim for a draw.
Yeah, and he goes back rook e7. And what did he played the king to d3, I think, Parham. Parham played the king to d3. Yeah, I've had a few different experiences with the rook and bishop versus rook. I lost one of those games against the German Grandmaster, Niklas Huschenbeth.
Okay.
And yeah, that was also a pretty long game. And after the game, my first worry was that the metro station had closed. This was in Dubai. I was like, oh my God, the metro station has closed. How am I going to go back?
And what year was this?
Sorry?
What year was this?
This was in, I think, 2012. Something like this. The Dubai Metro was fairly new at that time. It was like, I think maybe 2 years since it began. Rook f8 with threats of a discovered attack, yeah?
Yeah, and king g2 was played. And bishop e3. Yeah, I think now you can just play king g3, yeah?
Yeah, the king comes out from this corner. The king comes out from the corner, and then at some point you reach a point where even if you're blundering the rook, you make the draw by 50 moves.
But don't blunder it on the 50th move when it captured, right?
Yeah, it's safer when it's a mate in 2 on the 50th move.
Yeah. Yeah, but for all the kids who are watching this at home, please don't try it, yeah, because then you'll be the one who's going to be responsible should any parents come, oh, they're watching Srinath saying that you can actually give away your rook on the 50th move and then somehow, you know, they mistook it. And yeah, don't be responsible on that, Srinath. Just keep playing according to the principle. Keep pinning the bishop so that the bishop cannot move freely, or do the second rank, or rather in this one, since the position has changed a little bit, do the G file defense. So
Yeah, just be like Idani.
yeah,
But
be
you
like
can play a
Idani.
bit slower. That's okay. You
That's
don't have to
true.
play this fast. Idani does because he knows what he's doing.
So King E2 is on the board. I think I would like to play King G4. Also, there's nothing wrong with Rook E4. I mean, pretty much in this position, yeah, you can play anything.
Yeah.
Any move draws, and as long as you don't give up your rook.
Yeah, actually, literally, most of the moves draw here because again, it's prevented. There is the 50 move rule. So even if the king goes in the wrong direction, in the next 9 moves, if you can claim a draw without losing your rook or getting checkmated, it would still be a draw. And sometimes there are people who would, give up in such situations when they have the rook and bishop and
Yeah.
just agree for a draw anyhow. But Parham doesn't seem to be in that mood yet.
Oh, by the way, Srinath, before you played Rook E4, I was just picking on your screen. It's such a cool feature on Lichess table base there. Before Rook E4, there is put King E2 here. There is this move, loss prevented by 50 move rule.
Yeah,
By
exactly.
playing King H2. So it means that if you play King H2, it's principally wrong. You're walking into a matting net. You're going to lose usually, but since there is a 50 move rule, you're not gonna get checkmated before move 50.
Yeah, that's exactly where I got this, idea from to say that even if you go the wrong direction, your
Yes,
50
yes.
move will still save you. But I didn't want to tell the exact moves because then you'll again be like, if any kids are watching this and they play King H2, then you're responsible.
Yeah, King H2 is not PG-18. Okay, so Rook F5 and
Rook A4.
Rook A4, yes. Yeah, I think both players already realized that it's going to be a draw, but of course Parham has to keep trying until his opponent make a claim of the 50th move.
Yeah, it will also, I think, be an instructive moment to watch the claim itself being made because a lot of people might not be familiar with some of the nuances, but in general, whenever you make a claim for the 50 move rule or the repetition, generally you write the move down first, and then you call the arbiter and you make the claim. You don't make the move first, but you write the move down, but then you make the claim to the arbiter and say that I intend to make this move. Meanwhile, we have another version of the same drawing position that we saw earlier. That was with the rook on e8, bishop on e5, and the king on e1.
Yes.
With the rook on b4 and king on h4, it's the exact same thing, except the sides have changed.
Yes. Yeah, it looks like it's almost like an X-ray there, but they're just going around, with the board. It's 64 squares for a reason, so that you can go to this side, you can come back to the e8 later, and then you go to the a4. So, but
Yeah.
it's going to finish in about 3 moves from now, because after King h4, it is move number 106. And if they completed the 109 moves without any capturing, then Idani can claim the draw.
Yeah, and he just had a peek at his score sheet for the same reason that if he knows that if he makes, he goes king e5, black will go king to h3 now. And I just made the move because I know I can read Idani's mind by now in this position.
Right. And rook g8, still trying. 2 more moves to go.
Yeah. Again, instructive moment, anything draws, but not something like rook into d4 because that would lead to a capture. So don't show off in these situations. Just be like Idani. Follow the principles. Rook a4 also played. And with his next move, Idani can claim the 50 move rule. But again, make a normal move according to the principles because What if you miscalculated the 50th move or noted it down wrong, for instance?
That happened to me when I was like 8 years old or 9 years old, but this was a different story, not something like this, but with the time. I was not informed of the time control, and I thought my opponent was flagged. So that's why when I knew my opponent was flagged, I just started giving my rook, my queen, and then after they took, my opponent took all the pieces, I just, pointing at the clock. Oh my God, but it was such an embarrassing moment in my chess career, because then my opponent was like, no, I have another hour, because we were using analog clock that time. The clock was literally flagged. So I thought it was the game. I mean, it was the end of the game, but then it still has another round around the earth.
Yeah.
So
the board automatically claimed a draw in what we have right now, which is why the result has been declared, because it senses the 50 moves. But officially, Idani is just claiming the draw. He has written down his move, and
Parham
Parham has
accepted that.
also agreed for the draw.
And yeah, so wow, what a match. I mean, it's I think I have to give it to both of them, even though they're coming from the same country, they battled it out until the end here, until actually there's no draw offer. They drew because of the rule, right? So it shows that they're really playing everything out, especially for Parham. Because, I think in the game, it was only Parham who had a chance to win the game, but somehow he missed it. And Idani, with his very fluent defense in rook and bishop versus rook, he managed to defend it very, very well.
Yeah, it was a defense as fluent as any defense could be, with a level of speed which is just remarkable. And also a good lesson for, I think, all of us.
Yes. I was actually happy that we stay on this one, and this was being one of the last game in the top 10 boards to finish, because I could also revise all this, memory about how to defend against rook and bishop versus rook. But anyway, Srinath, what a game. Yeah. What also a day we had today.
What a day. What an incredible day.
Yeah. We had so many treats here. We mentioned earlier we had a very beautiful game in the game between Daneshvar versus Salem. It was very instructive. His opening was very instructive. The middle game, how he executed it, and then the tactical end in the end, it was really nice. And also a very chaotic and messy game by Arjun Erigaisi versus David Paravyan, which ended with a checkmate. And it was very nice of David to allow this to happen, because I think he had the respect of the game, because Arjun has been playing very well on the game. Sometimes, I could see so many good players, they just allow the checkmate to happen to give the respect to the opponent who had played a very good game.
Absolutely.
And of course, we have the leader after round 6. The only leader after round 6 is Sargsyan, who managed to defeat the only competitor after on the round 6 is Karthikeyan. And tomorrow it looks like Sargsyan will take on Arjun Erigaisi, and Salem will be playing against Esipenko Andrei. Round 7, rest day for the World Championship match. Yeah, it's not a rest day for us, but the games will continue. The last third of the Qatar Masters Open start tomorrow, so stay tuned because you don't want to miss all the actions. Srinath, thank you so much for the commentary today. It's been very, very insightful, very instructive as always.
Absolutely, Irene, and it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. And thank you so much to all the chat and so many people who are watching. Huge shout out to our commentary team, Katie, Angelica, Jesse, and the Lichess protection team, and also all the officials, Ufuk with the DGT board, Majid with the cameras, and
Pavel as well.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, everyone. Thanks for watching, and see you again tomorrow at the same time, same place, 4 p.m. local time, Doha, Qatar, and have a good evening.